Here we go. What is going on, everybody? It's been a catastrophe in the background so far. As Nick the Share doesn't know what button to push, I guess, to get this stream started. But William Stewart alongside me for today's coverage of the TOC qualifiers brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts is Jacob Armstrong. Jacob, how's it going? Or Jakob, as we call him. How's it
Hey,
going,
it's
buddy?
going good. It's going good. Pleasure to be here for another TOC finale qualifier. I was here for the first one as Will was not, so I get to team up with both of them this time. So um, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm always, always thankful for you guys calling on me and being a part of this show. So
Well, it's great to have you once again. I appreciate you stepping in for me for that first stream, as I think I was getting back from an event or something. Must have been, but it looks like we're already underway with a match. I know Nick's been anxious, so I don't know why he's not already kicking on over there. But we'll just keep picking on Nick today, as we got JC Martinez playing on a young Dominic Punt. I think Dominic's playing out of the stadium. It's a little deceiving because it's actually bright in the background, and usually we're seeing it when it's a little bit darker, but should be a good matchup to start us off here. I believe this is first to three.
this is a race to three. This will be to get to the king seat, it looks like, in bracket number 5.
There we go. Bracket number 5. I do believe we have multiple brackets today. We have 6 for the men, 4 for the ladies. So pretty good amount of brackets today with 32 pretty much in each one of those. If I'm not mistaken, other than one has 31. But yeah, overall, pretty good amount of players trying to put their name into that TOC elite bracket, or the TOC finale, I should say.
As we already have some comments, Jim Lindahl says, "Put me on this last chance stream," and then Heather Fuller says, "Let's go, JC." What? So,
Well, we do have 6 streaming locations available today from our source in the background, Darachi Deshera. So we should be able to hop around to some different locations. Hopefully, have a good amount of coverage for you today. I know there's some other stuff going on as well, so we appreciate you spending your time with us today. JC in a good position here early in this match.
So
Dominic just looking to close.
Well, you're a little bit more familiar with Dominic Punt. Can you tell me a little bit about him for people that might be seeing him for the first time?
Yeah, Dominic. I don't know how old he is now. I'm guessing. I'm gonna just say early 20s, if I'm not mistaken. Good first leg there from JC. I believe him and his dad, Mark, are out of Texas, of course. They came up for. I've seen him at a few events. I know that Dominic's. I believe he's been in school as well as a bowler, if I'm not mistaken. So that's another deal he does in his life, as well as darts. So that can kind of, when you're young, that can kind of pull you away, as well as the game of darts. So yeah, I think the first time I saw him was at AirCap back in probably 2018, 2019, probably 2019. Yeah, 2019 for sure. Big triple.
Big 7 mark from Dominic, though.
Yeah, that's a good answer. He's a smart player. He is a very smart player. He's been involved in the game for quite some time, even though he's so young. Same could be said for JC. He's a savvy player. He's been on that. I believe he is involved in that ESPN event for bull shooter.
Dominic taking 2 singles to close, but will look up probably for another point, but it misses into the single 5.
Yeah, overall, I mean, good look. He's got the early lead, so why not go ahead and take a shot to close those? I mean, you want to try to tie this up. You're down 1 now, so. I'm gonna say this. I do like the full zip Dominic's rocking. That's his nod to Ed Chambers, if I've ever seen one. I don't know. Ed loves a full zip. Ed, if you're out there, I'm sorry, man. I'm just kidding.
As we have a 4-2-5 to a 4-2-5, Dominic opens with a triple 20. Looking over at the trip 18, successful. And then looks back at the 20, misses into the single 5 again.
Yeah,
Big 6 mark though.
you can tell early. I already knew, but you can tell early in this one. It's kind of been a continuance for him. He's very showy when he shows emotions if he hits or if he misses. So big moments, we're gonna see that big roar. Those moments where he thinks he should have hit, we're gonna see him kind of show some frustration.
It's a big 7 mark. As JC Martinez only has the 15s and bullseyes to play with. JC answers with a 5, so still itching his way back in, but Dominic does have 3 numbers to JC's 1. Looking at those 15s, does go up to the 20-second dart. And then looks back down at the 15 to only get a single.
It's gonna take a big stand from JC. Possible he's gonna have to hit 7 now.
And he does just that.
Yeah, big 7 there from JC, but almost not enough. He needed a full 9 to add that pressure to Dominic. Dominic with one big triple could look. He's just gonna hold out, or does he take that look? Yeah, he's just gonna hold out. I knew he had to have a triple before he thought taking a look was a smart move.
Ooh, little different play from JC Martinez right there, looking up at the 20-second dart.
Yeah, he's taking his shot. He knows that he's not too far off, but he doesn't want to be put on the Bulls needing 3 houses.
And there's Dominic answering back with a
Huge.
big 6 mark.
Huge. You could
Huge.
have. Don't even get me started, gentlemen. Okay. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I would have been played. You could have. Could have made a play on the Bulls there if you're JC, just to try to get an extra wedge, but it's almost too little, too late at that point. So this one's gonna go in Dominic's favor, or at least it should. And then
As it's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over, but we'll see. We'll see here. Gonna need to fill it up. Fill it up and then some. Yeah, good last.
What do you think of that first start at the bullseye? I mean, he only needs,
Yeah.
27 points. Looking down at this single 2. Ooh, winning darts in the hands of JC Martinez, though.
So that's the disadvantage if you don't go for that house lead first. Does JC pop this here? Needing the big trip 16, and he gets it. Wow, what a turn of events here as Dominic punt misses out here in this second leg. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But you're right there. I think I don't disagree with his move because most of the time you're gonna hit those 2 fat numbers. You should have the confidence in yourself to hit that 2 fat numbers. If you don't, it is what it is. So I mean, however you want to go about it, you got to hit it no matter what. And just unfortunately, didn't get it that time.
Big second and third dart from Dominic right there to find 20 points. But I mean, JC Martinez steps up and trip 19 first dart. And big 7 mark to follow. So I mean, this is kind of rolling JC's way, but especially with the don't ever count the machine out, Lenny says. I mean, yeah, we just witnessed that. So big 7 mark to answer. As JC Martinez has a little catching up to do. And JC's throwing a 7, back-to-back 7 marks.
I do want to give a shout out over to Eagle Eye. So that's going to be with the other platform that we're going to be streaming on. Of course, we have partners for Brilliant Darts, Facebook and YouTube. But Eagle Eye Sports Network, that's the other one that we've been streaming on as well. And I share that platform alongside with Jeff McMahon and Will Stewart over there. So some super cool stuff happening over at Eagle Eye. So go ahead and give it a check out if you haven't seen that yet.
Good shout out there, Nick. Thanks. I know. We appreciate it. Yeah, some good things happening over there. We're dropping some matches. We're also going to be doing some live event coverage on there. So definitely something to go like and follow.
The score is 2-0, Lenny, if you see at the top of your screen, in favor of JC Martinez. So JC is up 2-0. Dominic's still trying to itch his way back and possibly reverse sweep this. Still has a number to play with. Coming up 72 points down.
Not happy with that last number. Knows that JC's probably going to make a run here, and this could be a 3-0 L. If we're being honest here, JC's on the run, 7 mark for him.
Dominic needs a lot of 17s and misses into the single 3. As exactly what you said, Will. I mean, his emotions show a little bit more. So, and Armin, I definitely have to agree with you. That is a tough one, especially when JC is not missing much.
Yeah, not missing much. I mean, he's throwing 5.29 right now. It hasn't been an overwhelming average for JC. I mean, what, he threw a couple 4.5s there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But it's enough to get over the line and do your due diligence in this one to fight it out for the King's seat and a guaranteed spot now in the finale for JC Martinez. Where are we heading to now? Is this Night Owls? All right, Night Owls, where we got Brent Peters taking on Don Kirby. Taking a look at Don Kirby's perspective here. Donna here's a good shot out of the Indiana area, as Sean Green has told us. Sean thinks he's just big and bad and beautiful and gets to skip out on things for CDC events. So take your opportunity now to talk a little trash to Sean. Just say he's not that good at his job, if you don't mind.
As the Outlaw 777, I know who that is. From Rockford, Illinois. What's up, Paul? Paul Rogers. Sean is fired. Hashtag Sean is fired in the chat.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can drop that. You can use it now. You'll be entered in for to win a special gift from William Stewart at USA Darts. Not going to tell you what it is yet. So just drop the hashtag Sean is fired in there, and then we'll announce it after an hour's worth of time here. What do you say?
I was like, I don't even know what it is. So I mean, you guys know just as much as me. As my other half of Lost Boys Darts is in the chat. Josh Seward, call him Junior. What's up,
There
Junior?
we
How are
go.
you, brother? 3 singles from Don Kirby right there. Still chasing a lot of points. Ram Guevara Jr. drops the Sean is fired. Same with Adrian Thompson.
Nick,
Brent Peters looking to close the 18s.
You can't be confusing people with freaking different hashtags in this, Nick, as he puts it in hashtag bring back the stash. Well, I agree, but at the same time, dude, one at a time. Let's build those up. Let's get a trend going on here of hashtag Sean is fired, because let's be honest, he is fired. Done. Tired of the guy. Tired of the guy.
I'll say you got a lot of names in here, so
A pretty good amount there dropping the hashtag Sean is fired. I love it.
as Gator Hater drops the Sean is fired from the bullshitter event.
Apparently Nick DeShera met him yesterday. Good stuff. People that we meet on the road is fantastic.
As Adrian Thompson says, Nick is next.
Hashtag Nick is next. I would agree with that. Nick is probably next.
Brent Peters steps up and only gets 2 marks. Don Kirby trying to find a number and
Ram.
try and jump back into this.
My name is Jeff. He had to
The
drop it in there.
bromance is gone.
Oh my goodness. Well, Don Kirby needing to find some points here, and unfortunately, this leg doesn't look too promising. As Brent Peters, I think Brent Peters is out of. No, that's not. I was thinking that maybe South 94, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't think it is. I think Brent Peters. Oh man, I think he's from that St. Louis area, if I'm not mistaken.
Brent Peters is from Menasha, Wisconsin. It looks like.
Oh,
Amusement
Wisconsin.
Device Game.
Okay. Could be thinking of somebody else. So yeah, he's up there in Wisconsin. Never mind. Shame on me, Brent. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Brent Baker. Okay, that's right, Brent Baker.
As Brent Peters steps up with a 4-1-4, finishes out, and ties the score up to 1. So Don Kirby will get the first look.
Actually, saw Brent up at Shark Tank. Brent Baker up at Shark Tank. Was it last weekend? So
Big open
was
from Don Kirby, though.
yeah,
80
that
points scored.
was a big one. Big 7.
Kind of like Brent's throw. He's kind of like hunched over to his non-dominant hand, and
if I remember, he's got a pretty good lean in.
as Don Kirby only gets 60. So Brent Peters has a chance here on the 19s. Wants the second one back. And the third one, as he'll find one trip 19, a trip 3, and a single 3. You know I have to support my streaming friends, gentlemen. Well, Paul, you support a lot of us. So as Don Kirby goes up, single 20, trip 19, single 20. Paul, you're in every stream, I swear, man. I mean, big shout out to you. Like, you're all over the place. So
I think
much respect.
I think he's got 17 devices. He probably hops on at once and joins all of ours at the same time.
As he's on YouTube, so I knew his name, but I had to like sit there and think about it for a second because I was used to seeing Paul Rogers instead of the Outlaw 777. So,
well, I don't know if Don Kirby's got a nickname or not, but at this point, we're gonna call him Don Rapid Fire Kirby because, man, he doesn't waste any time throwing these darts, does he?
No, he does not. He's just 1, 2, 3, and just like that. I mean, big 6 mark as Paul Rogers switches over to Facebook. Couldn't find it on Facebook till you shared it. Hey, I mean, drop a like, drop a comment, drop a share for Partners Promoting Darts as we bring you the last TOC finale qualifier. A 4 mark from Brent Peters right there. Adrian Thompson says it's okay, guys. I let Sean know. Big darts from Don Kirby, big 7 mark, as he's looking to have the handle on this one.
Yeah, make this a 2-1 score line in this race to 3-leg matchup. Once again, folks, this is the TOC finale qualifiers here, brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts. If you're wanting to know how to get involved in this, dartstoc.com is your place to do so. Head on over there as soon as we get a little down moment and find out where your closest dartboard is to you. Get involved today with the Partners Promoting Darts program. Maybe you can qualify for TOC and have a big paycheck coming your way. I mean, Jules Van Doggen just last year won $20,000 plus in one weekend. It's incredible stuff.
As Don Kirby ends that with a 4-5-7 and takes a 2-1 lead over Brent Peters. So we will go to game 4, where I'm pretty sure that Brent Peters will get the start.
You see that? She was back there getting it. She was back there. She was back there getting it. I love every bit of that. You got to have some fun while you're throwing, especially in these qualifiers. Who is that? Is there another young lady playing out of Night Owls today in this qualifier? I should have that list too up, boys. She did send it to me, but you know what?
We have 4 women playing out of Night Owls today. We have Amber Hardwick, Stephanie Luddy. We also have Tammy Hamblin and Marcy Kirby.
Well, one of those ladies got some moves. Let's just put it that way.
Someone's dog. No, I'm just kidding. Big first from Brent Peters.
Apparently, some of us don't know how to be professional around here. What? What did you say, Nick?
I love and respect Will Stewart, and I love working with him and Jacob Armstrong.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Not Sean.
it.
Hey,
Sean's fired.
I was even thrown in there, so that's a good sign.
Yep.
Do you guys have an update on Olivia Terry?
I do not. I do not. I do not have an update on her. We'll try to get one from you. I'll reach out to her and say, "Hey, I don't care, but somebody else does." That's what you need to say to her, Nick. Just kidding.
Olivia Terry is waiting on Wendy Reiner and Dawn Basil.
Yeah, she's in bracket number 4. So she's on
Correct.
that winner's side still.
Still on that race to 3 side, as Brent Peters has the 20s to play with. Don Kirby does have a 31-point lead.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say Olivia Terry's got a dang good chance of winning that bracket today. Just because she's been playing well. We all know the type of player she is. She's a competitive player. I think she's got a pretty good shot of winning that bracket number 4 as we get a big 9 mark from Brent Peters. We're not going to say boom goes the anything today because, well, who cares about that guy? He's going to catch wind and he's going to hate me so much. At the same time, you could have been here, Sean. With the 3 of us. Just the 3 of us. And Sean Green, too.
How about a back-to-back 9 marks?
That's
for
impressive.
Brent Peters. And Paul Rogers says, okay, then I will put it in chat.
That is good. Back-to-back 9s from Brent Peters is impressive stuff. Currently with that 5.60 average. Looking to try to make this 2-2 for a last leg decider.
Paul Rogers says, no, him and Ryan are doing the CDC, not even thinking of you guys.
Exactly. We're secondhand laundry at this time.
A 9 mark, and then into a 7 for Brent Peters to put this one pretty much away. And exactly what Will Stewart said. take this to a Game 5 decider. And this will be to go to the king seat match, where Brent Peters throws a 5.55 to do just that. So we will see a diddle to see who goes first.
Yeah, diddle it up here. Of course, our diddle is going to be a 3-dart shootout, pretty much, is what we consider it as. It's kind of hard to see who's closest to the middle in this one, so that's why we elect to do this way. A little bit easier to maintain and handle. As Brent Peters, not the best of goes, to be honest, in this one. Don can best it with the big triple. Well, even that will work. Just barely. But it will do.
As Don Kirby needs to add a little moolah.
They're fighting to guarantee themselves a shot into the final here. I mean, when you really think about it, this one puts you into the loser side and you still got to fight and claw your way back in. The winner automatically has their chance in, because if they lose the next match, they go to third.
As I'm just barely reading the bracket, it says teams under this header race to 4 wins. And then this match right here is a race to 3, as the king seat will be a race to 4, it seems like.
Yep, exactly. The king seat, we bump it up to a race to 4, a little bit more of extended format. And just a reminder, this is a triple elimination bracket, so that's the I guess you can consider it more unique thing with the Partners Promoting Darts program, triple elimination. So someone could come back from the depths of a single leg shootout to win our title today. Will that happen? You'll have to wait and find out here.
And a big 7 mark from Brent Peters. Don Kirby probably going to be looking at that 18. And exactly what Will Stewart said, Don the rapid fire Kirby. Only gets 3 singles. Paul, that's just one of your many 17 devices, as Will said. I mean, you have probably 4 streams going at one time sometimes. So, I mean, hey, more power to you.
Whatever gets the job done, ladies and gentlemen.
We enjoy the support, enjoy the love. So, only 72 from Don Kirby. Brent Peters still has the 17s.
Like Nick DeShare's hard at work, finding us a spot at another bar to look into here in a little bit after this match. Looks like we may head on over to South Dakota, if I'm not mistaken. Man, look at me. I am smart, aren't I?
As Jennifer Pitts says, PPD, bullshitter, and a football game. Well, I mean,
we
there's
got
3 different
everything for you.
Looking up at the single 18. We'll find it on the 3rd to close Don Kirby. Don Kirby is chasing 47 points right here. Believe it or not, I only have 3 devices. I watch streams from Just Keep the Best on the big screen, aka Jacob and Will on the big screen, Ryan and Sean on the phone. Well, I mean, hey.
We take priority, baby. We taking priority, baby. I love it.
Big 9 mark from Brent Peters goes trip 17 for in a trip 15. I'm surprised. I kind of like it staying over on that right side, but does give Don Kirby the option to score, but Don only comes out with 16. So Brent Peters will have winning darts if he does want them. Heather Fuller says, "Say it." I'm not
Do
gonna
it.
say it.
Do it now. We're just puppets in this game.
And he does exactly that and ends this with a 5-1-4. So Brent Peters will go on and face Zach. I don't know how you say his last name, but they are your king seat match for bracket number 4. And it looks like we will be going over to, where are we at, Nick?
We're at the Wooden Nickel in South Dakota. This is Ben Baxa taking on Pat Gray. And you can tell the Wooden Nickel is a popular spot today. I think I see Wes White in the background over there. It is Wes. Don't know much about both these gentlemen, but we're going to probably have that happen to us a little bit today. I looked through the brackets and honestly, some people that maybe we have not heard of before. So should be some good stuff today to be able to pop in and check out this coverage.
As it looks like both of these guys are on the loser side, so it will be a race to 2.
Carly Griggs says, "What does that jersey say?" And if you want me to really say it, I'll say it says, "Stop staring at my cock." So there you go. You're welcome, Nick. You're
As Ray
welcome,
Morgan-
Carly.
As Ray Morgan replies to her in the chat.
She loves it so much. Oh my
She just
goodness.
laughs.
You're welcome. Carly, you want to stop staring or what? Jeez, man. Oh my god.
John Pilgrim with the "Doesn't it say stop staring at my rooster?"
It can be fixed with some tape. Nothing wrong with that. Looking at a win here in this leg is Ben Baxa.
As Pat Gray is from Lincoln, Nebraska, it looks like.
Yeah, they took that big old L today to Colorado. Oops, did I say that? Womp bum
Hey,
bum bum.
it's a top 25 team. As Ben steps up with a 3.90 and looks like we'll get a 1-0 lead in this race to 2 battle. Looks like we're just waiting for Pat Gray.
Every once in a while, you need to make a run or something. So that could be a second's time before we get back underway. Well, we take a moment to give you a quick ad reel from, well, the one and only William Stewart. Do you have troubles? Do you need to better your life? Join us Monday and Wednesday nights at 8:30 for the CSC Challenger Series, brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts. where the one and only Nick Teixeira will soothe your mind with some sweet serenades.
Just the two of us.
Oh my god. Or give you a complete horror for later. It's a CSC Challenger Series. Uh, back underway. Pat Gray, Ben Baxa here. Nick didn't know where I was going with that. Well, neither did I, Nick. Neither did I.
I didn't know Cody Marsano was in the chat. John Pilgrim asks, "How's everyone doing today?" Doing fantastic. As I get to team up with USA Darts, Will Stewart and Nick, the Young Buck Teixeira.
I'm sure he's not going to be happy about it going on down the road. This guy is like, oh, why did I sign up for this right now?
Josh Hill says, "Let him know about your newest member."
Josh did? Who's the newest member? That's the question. Ben, opportunity to close here. He takes it early. Look at that.
And looking up at the 18 third dart, what do you think about that, Will?
Oh, yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Chasing only 4. I mean, getting himself another number. And it looks like Pat Gray is looking down at the trip 19. And we'll stay there all 3. Kind of surprised that he didn't move to another number on dart 3, but Ben only chasing 4. Ray, you are sitting right there. Get out of the chat. As Ben will step up and hit a big white horse to almost put this one out of reach. Pat looking to probably go for those 16s and just get more points. As Heather Fuller does the initials of BGTD. Mike Maloney says, "We've got darts everywhere today." Yes, you do.
Dude, that's the reality check is literally darts is everywhere. You've got bullshooter, you've got this, you've got CDC, you've got the PDC going on. It's almost too much to handle. That's why I said you got to have like 17 devices to watch what's going on today. A little bit
But be
ridiculous.
like Paul Rogers. Be like Paul Rogers and make your priorities known that we're on the main device. As
You damn
Ben
right.
will 7 mark the 16s and really put this one out of reach now. $1,000 tournament at Bullshooters in Arizona.
Ben
As
looking to go ahead
Ben,
and lock this up, huh?
3 darts, only needs 3 bowls. Steps up and hits the first. Hits the second. And misses into the 18 on the third. As I was almost going to say, put my catchphrase from Lost Boys Darts.
Give it a run. Why not?
I couldn't. He missed the third one. As Paul Rogers says, almost put it on the counter.
Alrighty.
Almost only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes, though, Paul. So. And Ben will move on in bracket number 2. And we'll wait for the winner of Cody Schumacher and Michael Morrison.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to do a quick ad reel before we come back to you folks with some more action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here with some more TOC finale coverage brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts. We'll see you in a moment.
With 8 flight, it is nearly impossible for the flight to come off. It won't break, tear, crack, or bend out of shape in the long run because it's just soft and flexible enough. On top of the amazing material itself, the edges are reinforced along the wings to provide extra protection from tight groupings. But remember, aesthetically, cosmetically, it's not going to look pretty. Yes, you will see some fraying and scratching, like many others out there, but it will hold up, it'll take a beating, and continue to take a beating. In conclusion, after weeks of play, this isn't 100% beautiful, but it's functional. And I'm personally ranking it top 2 out of all systems for durability. The thread system is truly innovative, the flight can't come off, and that's plenty enough reason to give it a try. Get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A2ZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 rotor-lock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So in preparation for a recent event, I put this board to the test with 4 to 6 hours of practice per week for a month straight. This gave me an opportunity to see how this board holds up as well as give you all that honest opinion you've been waiting for. After just a few throws, I was able to tell that this board was a touch softer than popular brands I've used in the past. Admittedly, this had me a little scared, thinking this would lead to a fairly quick wear down. Instead, after a week, I was still at the point where I felt the board did not need to be rotated. Overall, after a month and around 20 hours of play, I was thoroughly surprised by how well this board held up. Yes, there was some aesthetic wear and tear, but I do feel there was a decrease in the amount of bounce that I had, which I directly contributed to the board's softness. For me, this is a winner for both new and experienced players who like to put their hours in. Alrighty folks, don't forget we're your partner in darts. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks for watching.
How to use a Corona light on a soft tip electronic dartboard using a Target Corona conversion kit. This kit comes with 4 identical pieces here. Very, very simple. The very bottom has 4 prongs that actually insert into the outer ring of the board. The other backside has a magnetic piece there that goes and connects against the magnetic feet of the Corona light. So full disclosure for this kit, it's not compatible with all electronic dartboards out there. We've tested everyone in the store. It does not work with the Target Nexus or other boards similar to that shell, and it doesn't work with the Grand Practice 13-inch board. However, it's compatible with the Grand versions 1, 2, 3, 3S, and the Grand Dash, as well as the Darts Live 100S.
Well, here we go, folks. Back better than ever. Rachel Rayfield versus Sarah Jensen in this TOC finale qualifier here. As
As this will be a loser side.
I love
This will be a
that.
loser side match.
I
So
love
race to 2.
I love that Nick. We can hear Nick, but nobody else can hear Nick because
At all.
Nick ruins it for us about 75% of the time we have a stream. Folks, Nick DeShera, everybody. Oh my goodness, my guy. You just absolutely know how to wreck shop, don't you?
As Sarah Jensen will only find 1 right there. Sorry, guys. Will's still trying to get a hold of himself.
I'm about to kill Nick is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna reach out through his computer screen. He's not even know what happened and he's gonna be dead. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? Oh my goodness. Now, this should be a good one. I mean, Rachel, where is she out of? Is it did we say that one more time?
She's out of Starsky 78 in Omaha,
Okay.
Nebraska.
Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, I was about to say I didn't know if we had if we've seen this view before or not, but it did look familiar to me.
Yeah, Starsky 78, a bar that we do get to feature every now and again. Of course, it's one of 2 bars that we have in that Omaha, Nebraska area. The other one being the South End, if I'm not mistaken, alongside Sundowner as well. So we have a couple in that general region there where we've seen we see a couple of different guys play out of this bar all the time. And of course, the ladies actually are the ones that are still kicking it at that bar currently. Rachel Rayfield and Jerry Bray still alive for Starsky 78.
There we go. Starsky 78 trying to have a good showing here today in this one. Just like us until Nick DeShera ruins it. Oh, sorry. Did I say that? Don't even say nothing. Don't even say nothing. Just keep it on mute, buddy.
As Sarah doesn't find a mark right there. Rachel trying to take advantage of that. Probably close those 18s and move on. Birdman Darts, how are you, Al? From Grand Junction, Colorado. Good to see that name in the Partners Promoting Darts chat. And a big 5 mark from Rachel to score 51 points and also get her 2 marks on that 15. As Sarah's looking at that 15, it looks like as well. Misses into the triple 10, looks up on the third and finds a triple 1. Hope everyone's Saturday is going fantastic. You could be watching multiple dart streams today. Hopefully you guys are in this one as we are here for the last TOC finale qualifier before the big event. And
you were not lying about multiple streams to watch.
as
We've
I
got
get
'em
a
all for you.
hashtag Sean is fired, Jacob is hired in the chat from Paul Rogers. Paul,
There-
appreciate you, brother.
Ding ding ding.
Winner. As double 18, single 18 will get Sarah on the board. And we have a let's go Rachel Rayfield in the chat from Chris. Rachel going down to the 17s, looking up at that 18. Hey, Al, I appreciate that. Big shout out to you, man. As my other half of Lost Boys says, looks like I need to find a replacement. LOL. Hey, you will get to meet
Yes.
these fine gentlemen down at Team Dart NDA this next year. So Rachel's still on top right here. Looking 17s first. Looking up at the 18 to close. And will find it on that third. So 15 points, now hiring 1 Lost Boy. I'm getting replaced too, so you might as well put Jakob is fired in the chat. So thanks, Will. Thanks, Nick.
You're gonna have to find yourself jobs all around, my guy.
As exactly what was said in the chat. Sean Green is free from what I understand now. So 777 first start from Rachel. Single 7. Hey, Tim Goodwin. Thank you for the kind words. Truly appreciate it. I mean, we're not as big as these guys that I'm partnered up with today, but truly appreciate this opportunity to join Will Stewart and Nick Teixeira on stream today, and for my second time. Hopefully, I did okay the first time. But we're back for the last finale TOC qualifier, and bringing you more action as there are plenty of chats to go up, or plenty of chats to be a part of today. So, and a big third to find that triple 16 from Rachel Rayfield. So Sarah only has the bulls to work with. And does find one on the third.
See if Rachel can gather these bulls here and put this leg to rest.
Kind of looking like she's going points first.
Yeah, it looks like she's going all points here.
You're really good as a commentator. Love Lost Boys Darts. Well, I appreciate you, Bird, man. Much love, much respect. I try my best. I mean, these guys have been in the business for quite some time, and as Sarah Jensen steps up and hits 2 bullseyes and misses into the single 14. But no, I mean, listening to these guys alone, I've learned a lot. And much respect to both Will Stewart, Nick Teixeira, and I will say Sean Green. But
Did you put him in this? I'm just kidding.
as Rachel Rayfield.
And look at the
Looks like-
crowd. She got a little crowd watching her now.
Yeah, I think the gentleman in the background right there with in the dart jersey, I think he saw we were streaming, so I saw him holding his phone up to his ear, and I think he made sure to spread the word to get everybody to have eyes on this match, which is pretty cool to see.
That's not allowed. You can't tell anybody. What are you doing? Get out of here, guy.
As there's 2 people on their phone.
Now he's like, oh, they're talking about me. Well, yeah, we're talking trash. No, I'm just kidding.
They are very good, and props to Kevin Malafent. I hope I said that right.
Yeah, Malenfant.
Hunter, yes, that is a wild Jakob on the mic today.
Kevin's actually original owner of USA Darts. So
Okay. Yeah, exactly, Tim. I mean, big shout out to these 2 guys that I'm teaming up with today. I look up to these 2. I met these guys for the first time ever at Team Dart NDA last year and kind of hit it off. And for the first qualifier, Will was gone, coming back from another event, and Nick called upon me, and I was like, you know what? I'll try it. I don't know how good I'm going to be, but we'll definitely hang in there and do what I can. So, as this is 501. So, on this side, is it cricket 501? Okay. So this will be cricket 501, 501 on the loser side. This is only the first loser side, though. Guys, this is a triple elimination. So if they lose this, they are still in the winnings or in the runnings to come back and get their qualifying spot. As Rachel Rayfield has a 363 to 441 lead over Sarah Jensen.
yeah, you gotta feel like Sarah's gonna have to hit 2 big ones here.
Got to have at least a ton, I think. There's a big first. Missing in the single 20. Single 12. 82 points scored. It gets her a little back into it. Paul Rogers says, and my nephew was interviewed by USA Darts when they were streaming near me years ago. That's awesome. Love to hear that. Birdman, couldn't agree more. Will is fantastic. Absolutely love the guy.
You guys better stop this stuff already, okay? I'm gonna double my rate at this point. Just kidding.
As a big low ton from Rachel, 116 scored. Brings her score to 247. This is still not out of reach for Sarah, though. As she steps up, single bowl, single 5, and a big low ton to answer. Is he blushing yet? I can't really tell on camera.
Nah. Nah.
He said, nah, there you go. There you go. But Rachel looking to get this 247 down to the first chance at an out, and she will do just that after a big first dart.
Yeah,
Oh, maybe not. Maybe
she-
jinxed her.
She could get the first look here if she can hit this bull. Boom.
And she
Yeah.
does just that.
Gives us a little
Looking
roar
good as
too.
always.
Yeah, good roar too.
Thanks, Junior. I know you're talking to me, not Will, but appreciate that. Now he makes sure the lighting will not show him blushing. Good third, 68 points scored, 186, not an out, but Rachel will have a shot at a 140. Yeah, almost the commentator curse. Yeah, definitely almost costed Rachel her 140, but she only steps up and only hits 10 right there.
How would you guys approach in a Fat Bull open out for 130?
On a fat bull one? I mean, you could go bull, double 15. You could go steel tip option. I mean, you could go trip 20, single 20 for bull. Just how you're feeling.
I say what? 54 leaves you at 86. 54, 54, 32.
Yeah.
Or no, that'd be a 22.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 22.
She might do just that with a 130.
Double
Bull.
15.
Ooh, just inside.
And don't forget,
As
it's open
Paul-
out here. So,
As Josh Seward says,
oh my
bull
gosh.
trip 16, double 16.
We're getting the full show here from Rachel. You're welcome, Nick. Nah, she's dancing. She's having some fun. You got to.
As 98 will be needed. Missed on the second. As Josh Seward says, get it, girl.
Single 15 does it.
Shooting bulls the whole game. Why switch to 20? Tim Goodwin says. I think I would have to agree with you.
Yeah, it just depends. Yeah, I think it's pretty standard just to go that 130 on the bulls there. But
Ooh, a single 2.
gotta get that
Leaves her
single
13.
13. Some nerves here. She's using the one eye technique.
And
Gets
she
it.
does just that. So Rachel Rayfield will go on to face Sarah Derby. It looks like in the one-loss bracket of bracket number 1 in the women's qualifier. As we hop over to see Ben again against Michael Morrison. And it looks like this will be game 1. Ben with the start. Big first from Ben. It's kind of funny. I think I saw a comment. I can't remember what stream it was in. It might have been my own on Lost Boys. But someone commented and asked, would you rather hit a 1080 or would you go the white horse route, Will?
Ooh. For nine marks or for cricket?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'd rather hit a 1080 myself. I mean, it's tough to say because a white horse can be detrimental to your opponent. Seeing that, I think that is probably possibly the bigger eye popping mark. But I feel like 3 in the big trip 17 is more justice. So I think 180 is probably the bigger move because if you can go up 120 points on your opponent, they even know that even a 9 mark on the 19s doesn't do them anything. They're still down.
As Christopher Polk says, checking in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the building. And it looks like it was in the Lost Boys stream. I think it was Hunter that actually asked Jeremiah Millar that question. Seeing what Jeremiah would do, and have a lot of comments in here saying 180, and one says depends on who you are playing. So what about Nick Youngbuck Teixeira? Nick, what do you say? Go white horse route or a 1080 open for cricket?
Oh, I mean, it's objectively correct to go the 1080, and I will take a hard line stance on this, and I always will. White horses, there's nothing wrong if you're shooting it and you hit it. It is more of a momentum and pressure builder than anything. But if you're talking like what will win 9 times out of 10, going for the 1080 is objectively just better, safer, and more efficient use of your darts, because you can easily go and snap right back if it was a white horse and make the board stay even. You can never make the board stay even if it was a 1080 versus a 3 in the bed on the 19s. You will still have an advantage versus what could potentially be an advantage being completely taken away.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I went to college once, dropped out, but I was there.
As Michael only steps up and hits 2 single 15s, so Ben will have a chance to close his 15s and possibly close this game out for game 1. Looking at the bullseye first, Now looking over at the 15. What do you think about that, Will? Going bullseye first, seeing if he hits, and then going down to the 15.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it, especially where's that in this match right now.
John Severn says, watching from Clintonville, Wisconsin.
Well, we appreciate you tuning in.
Wisconsinite. Got to close that 15 on the third and does just that. 180 to 123. Will force Michael Morrison to throw at the bullseye. As Josh Seward says, Ogden, Utah. I knew that. If you want to be more specific for Josh, Washington Terrace, Utah. It's a little suburb off of Ogden. And Ben will go up and hit double bull first dart to end with a 4.09 and take a 1-0 lead over Michael Morrison. There's a lot of Utah people in the chat right now.
Love it. Love it. Show some support. And stepping in here, needing the 19s. Wanting 4 of them.
Here's one of them. Only finds 2.
Yeah, this
Also
is kind of
seeing
getting
some of the people from all the streams in here also. Hey, I'd love to hear that.
getting a little gritty here in this one. Being able to kind of throw the door open with a big triple there.
Big first from Michael. Oh, misses into the single one. Does get a 4 mark of his own. 80 to 57.
Been trying to make this one in his favor here. Really up to Michael if he can open the doors on the 18s. Gonna have to find a triple, and even that's not gonna be really enough.
Stephanie says, watching from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, as I'm pretty sure that is the better half of who is on the screen right now, Ben. At least I would take a guess on that. Stephanie Baxa. Single 18 first dart for Ben. Ooh, just up into the triple one. Does find a triple 18 on the third. So big darts from Ben right there. As Susan jumps in and says, watching from Sioux Falls as well. Now I might have just bit myself.
Yep, you definitely did there, brother. They're all tuning in now.
Ben, yeah, I say every single one of them are tuning in, probably from the same bar. As Ben has a 132 to 80. Looking at the 17s. Get him another playhouse. Susan is mom. Okay. So I might have not. I'm the wife. Awesome. I did not bite myself in the butt. I was correct. I would have said family member. Well, Paul Rogers, I just took a stab at it, and thankfully I was right, as Michael finds 4 marks on the 16. Steph is the better half! Exclamation point. Well, big second dart and a big third from Ben to kind of put a handle on this one, as Michael Morrison will only have the bullseyes and misses all three, unfortunately.
Looking to solidify this one and wrap it up with a double. Can't do it, but hey, puts himself one leg away here.
Only needs one bullseye. Good luck, Ben, Brenda says, as Ben will only need one bowl to solidify this one and go face Johnny Smith, still on the loser side, race to 2 in bracket number 2 of this TOC finale qualifier. Misses first dart, misses second. Looking to recoup and unfortunately misses all three. Will still have winning darts in hand next round. Big double bowl from Michael Morrison. Single 15 and a single 17. Ben steps up first dart with a double bullseye and will end this one with a 3.48. And like I was just saying, we'll move on to face Johnny Smith. Still in the one-side loss of this bracket. So trying to itch his way back up and get him a spot in that finale qualifier. As it looks like we will be switching over to Susie Smith and Jackie Bowler.
Yeah, bullshooter's view here. We got Mike Carter and Evans just smooching it up on stream. Someone get a hold of them, please.
Some PDA. Nick, do you got the bracket for me? What bracket this is out of?
He does not. We're going to have to look up that information for ourselves. Bracket foe.
Bracket 4, okay. Loser side, 1 loss. As Jackie steps up. Looking to close the bowls. The winner of this will go on and take... Oh, as I stumble on my words. We'll go take on Susan the next round. I don't know how you say her last name, so. As I'm seeing messages pop up. As my little brother's in the house. Brennan, how are you? Big shout out to the Armstrong family. As there is 8 of us kids and my mother and father. I thought Nick DeShero was there for looks not to work. Nick is the backbone of this stream. As much as Will doesn't like to say it.
Say it again. Say
He
it
acts
again.
like he's the backbone. Don't freaking tell him that garbage.
I mean, sorry. I see all the stuff that Nick does, and I'm like, okay.
He doesn't
well-
do jack diddly squat.
25 points scored for Susie. Jackie does need 2 bowls, finds 1, and closes it out. Bowler up on this one, 1-0 against Susie Smith. As you guys can see, Nick moving the camera around. That's a big place. And you said this is out of Bullshooter in Arizona?
Yeah, that's correct. This is Bullshooters out of Arizona. Probably the biggest dart bar that I think we have cameras in as far as just pure size alone. They have a huge amount of boards, and right now apparently $1,000 tournament going on as well.
Oh wow.
Wow. That's you gotta love every bit of that. Anytime there's some money events going on around your neck of the woods.
Here on the one side loss of the women's brackets, it is cricket 0101 race to 2. So you will see an 01, and if need be, another 01. We will have a diddle in between to see who goes first on that third game decider. As a big 118 scored from Jackie. Susie looking up at that 369. Big third dart to score 84.
Susie looking to try to do some damage here. 2 bulls would be nice. She's got him. How about another? Hey, she set herself up with an out here with 171. Great shots for her.
Jackie looking to get down as well, but only scores 20 points that round. So Susie with an out. We'll have 6 darts at it before Jackie is at an out. And trip 20. Ooh, single 20. Big 137 to leave herself a 34. Jackie looking to get this down. Ooh, misses into the 17. 84 scored. 184 to 34.
Yeah, just need 2 17s.
Single
Yes.
2, single 15 now. And there we go. We are all knotted up at 1 apiece.
We'll go to
This
a diddle here.
and it looks like Susie Smith will be the start for game 3. Lisa Yee with a let's go, Susie.
What'd you say?
Will's thinking about that pork shoulder that he was talking about earlier.
Yep. Susie having to step back from the line here. A little bit of a wait.
Will, no comment to that?
I didn't hear what you say. What'd you say?
I
The
said
pork
you're
shoulder?
just thinking about the pork shoulder that
Oh
you were
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
for sure, for sure. Oh yeah, can't get wrong with a little pork shoulder action.
Definitely cannot. We will finally start this game 3. Susie Smith to lead it off. Single 12. Not the start that she wanted. Do you think that little break had something to do with that, Will?
Yeah, I
Kinda-
could have. Yeah, that could have thrown you off for a little bit there.
And Jackie stepping up and scoring 76 for her first round. Big 117 though. So answers right back is Miss Susie Smith. Big third. 61 points scored.
Yeah, it looks like Susie may have the door open here for her to just walk on through, get this win here.
Ooh, only 17 scored right there, though, for Susie. So a big 3 darts right here for Jackie to get herself right back into this. Ooh, only 60 points scored. 225. Big first start. Misses into the single 10 and a 19 to leave her a 146. Yeah, I'm going bull, trip 16, trip 16, but
I got time. I'm going 2 trip 19s just for kicks and giggles. To each their own. To each their own.
hits a bull on the third to leave her a 67. David Cameron beats Stowe Bunce 7-3 in the CDC event. Well,
Hey, it's still a good run for Stowe. Things are getting interesting at the top of those tables now. I think Alex is a lock, so I think Stowe may have
single
just locked
17
it in
for the
for him.
win. Oh, misses into the single 2. So Jackie will have a chance at this 138 checkout. Won't do it. So Susie with a single 15 will win this match and move on. And she will do that on the first dart. So she will go see Susan Mune. I don't know how you say that, to be 100% honest.
Yeah, hey, just say Susan. We'll leave it at that as we head back to Dominic Punt, taking on Sean Cafflish, and what should be a appetizing affair. Sean, we've had on our stream in CSC Challenger Series pass, so we'll see how this one goes.
As hashtag Sean is still fired is being put in the chat.
Mm. Leave him out of this. Just leave him out of the equation from now on. We don't need him.
Yeah, next season, the CSC commentated by Jacob Armstrong and Ryan Mooneyham, featuring Brandon
Yep.
Neal on controls.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Oh, wow. Looks like my Mondays and Wednesday nights have to be free.
Five mark there from Dominic.
A 4 mark from Sean to answer right back. Only chasing at 17 points. Dominic looking at the 18s. Misses into the single 1, second dart. Goes back for some points. Not a bad choice. As it looks like, as I'm looking at bracket 5 where Dominic is in, JC Martinez is on that king seat. Defeated Devin Hunter And the winner of this is awaiting Larry Keith and Jeff Paulson. Big 4-mark from Sean to bring the score to 351 to 320. Dominic goes up and hits 2 singles. Stays for all 3, only gets 60 out of it. As Josh Seward says, that's fine. We stream on Tuesday and Thursdays. So, well,
More the merrier. Sean looking for an opportunity at the 18s. Can't do it. Big 7 mark nonetheless.
big first from Dominic, though. Wants the second one back. Finds it on the third, though, to regain the lead. Sean only chasing 14. Big first start. I like it. 2 fats will close it. Big 5 mark.
Yeah, we'll
So
see.
Dominic,
Dominic can possibly hit a triple here, which he does. It doesn't put him out in the advantage, but could make it interesting depending on how Sean comes back at him with this one. Does he just go for the 16s? No, he's going to go for the smart decision points first, then over the 16s. So, got a hit. He does not. So, still, this leg's still a little bit open. Dominic can charge right down in on these 16s here.
I do like what Sean did. It makes Dominic throw at least 4 marks on that 16. Does he look over at the 17 to close? No, he stays right there for a big, as Dominic throws his hands up, and it's only a 5 mark, everyone, as they will back it up. And exactly what Nick Teixeira just said, I do respect the honesty. A lot of people won't do that, and they'll just count the 7 mark. But Dominic only finding himself up 24. Sean does have the 17s. A big first. Big second. And goes back for some more points for a big 6 mark. See now, and Dominic said, are you thinking maybe I shouldn't have backed that up? I do like the honesty, but
I mean, when you're playing
A
remote
little-
matches, there's always issues, right? There's always something that could happen with the board. Not every board and every operator across the entire United States can keep their boards 100% up to date. And so when something like that happens, I mean, I know personally, Dominic, much like me, because I have the name Dominic, I can respect a great name, is you don't want to win by technicality, by an asterisk, by a misregistered dart one way or the other. Just like how when you win in a game and need a bull for the win, dart kind of slapped in, you're not 100% sure if that's actually what it hit or not, and it was in your favor. It doesn't feel as good as a game where you really just drilled the double bull. So it's the same logic for him as much as any other sportsman.
Here's a question for you. Jennifer asks, doesn't the player's advantage rule state that he could have kept that, though?
Again, by technicality, yes. In theory, it's perfectly fine if the board misregisters in that sense, because it more often than not will be unadvantageous rather than advantageous, which is why they call it that player advantage rule. If the dart sticks, you do have to, but that's only if the dart doesn't stick, though. So the dart did stick there. The correct thing to do is to back it up if possible, if he can get his opponent's attention to do the correct thing.
As I think your father jumps in the chat and says, I gave you that name.
I don't know who that man is. He went out to get milk.
Who the hell was that guy?
Went out to give milk. Tim Goodwin says, let's go, Susie.
All righty. Well, I think we're going to take just a quick break before we come back. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll have some more action coming your way here in a little bit with our TOC finale qualifier coverage. Be right back.
flight, it is nearly impossible for the flight to come off. It won't break, tear, crack, or bend out of shape in the long run because it's just soft and flexible enough. On top of the amazing material itself, the edges are reinforced along the wings to provide extra protection from tight groupings. But remember, aesthetically, cosmetically, it's not going to look pretty. Yes, you will see some fraying and scratching like many others out there, but it will hold up, it'll take a beating and continue to take a beating. In conclusion, after weeks of play, this isn't 100% beautiful, but it's functional. And I'm personally ranking it top 2 out of all systems for durability. The thread system is truly innovative, the flight can't come off, and that's plenty enough reason to give it a try. Get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A2ZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So in preparation for a recent event, I put this board to the test with 4 to 6 hours of practice per week for a month straight. This gave me an opportunity to see how this board holds up, as well as give you all that honest opinion you've been waiting for. After just a few throws, I was able to tell that this board was a touch softer than popular brands I've used in the past. Admittedly, this had me a little scared, thinking this would lead to a fairly quick wear down. Instead, after a week, I was still at the point where I felt the board did not need to be rotated. Overall, after a month and around 20 hours of play, I was thoroughly surprised by how well this board held up. Yes, there was some aesthetic wear and tear, but I do feel there was a decrease in the amount of bounce that I had, which I directly contributed to the board softness. For me, this is a winner for both new and experienced players who like to put their hours in. Alrighty folks, don't forget we're your partner in darts. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks for watching.
How to use a Corona light on a soft tip electronic dartboard using a Target Corona conversion kit. This kit comes with 4 identical pieces here. Very, very simple. The very bottom has 4 prongs that actually insert into the outer ring of the board. The other backside has a magnetic piece there that goes and connects against the magnetic feet of the Corona light. So full disclosure for this kit, it's not compatible with all electronic dartboards out there. We've tested everyone in the store. It does not work with the Target Nexus or other boards similar to that shell, and it doesn't work with the Grand Practice 13-inch board. However, it's compatible with the Grand versions 1, 2, 3, 3S, and the Grand Dash, as well as the Darts Live 100S and 200S. And that is it. You guys ready? Turn this bad boy on. Voila, that is it. Very, very easy to do, super affordable with the Target Corona conversion kit. The Target Cult Darts range from the 2022 launches here. This is their high-end 90% tungsten range, and the theme is a stunning green and gold. So really what differentiates these is mostly the barrel shape. You have a torpedo option, a front-loaded almost bomber shape, and then a straight barrel. I would start there for your personal preference because your grip reference points are going to be really close throughout the entire range. All right, let's throw all of the steel tip variants onto the Target Aspar board. And as you can see, we've got the brand new mod home dartboard system all set up, ready to go. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm really liking it.
Alrighty, here we go, folks. Dominic Punt versus Jeff Paulson. Last chance bracket here. So things could get interesting. And Dominic only starting off with the 2 marks. So what could happen here, folks, in this last chance bracket? Let's find out together. William Stewart, Jacob Armstrong here, rolling with our TOC finale coverage. Finale qualifier coverage, I should say.
Big second round from Dominic, though. Steps up and hits a big 7 mark to give himself a little padding, but Jeff could answer right back. Jonathan Long says, "What's up? Nothing much." Jeremy, Mr. Puffy, how are you, brother? Hope everything is well. As Jeff steps up, misses the first dart into a single 14. I don't know what he was aiming at right there.
Yeah, something went wrong or awry there. We're going to send out a message real quick.
Dominic's sticking his hands up as Jonathan Long says, "Sitting in the king seat, waiting for my next opponent, feeling decent today, bracket 3. bracket 3. Yeah, you got a little bit to sit, but congrats on the king seat. You have qualified, is what we like to say. As they're still trying to figure this out.
Yeah, it may just take a second before we get everything figured out the way it should be.
Jonathan Long out of Rochester, New York. Knox Amusement.
Good old Rochester, New York, home of the Western New York shootout up there. All right, looks like we're just going to take a second here. So we're going to see our ugly mugs as we go further here. William Stewart, next to me, Jacob Armstrong. It's been a good day so far. I think it's not going to be a very long day for us, to be all honest. It looks like we kind of don't have a lot of streaming locations which we can feature people, and those that we are trying to feature, unfortunately, they're not really cooperating with us, which is okay. I mean, we are getting some individuals that maybe we don't see often on our stream making their appearances, which is always nice to do. What do you think of the coverage overall?
I truly like it. I mean, it's crazy what you guys do in this Partners Promoting Darts and streaming all this stuff, especially with like the CSC Challenge Series and the TOC qualifier events that we get to see on stream every weekend. And today, there's a lot going on here in the U.S. So big shout out to everyone that is tuning in to the Partners Promoting Darts stream for this last chance finale qualifier for TOC to try and itch their way in that event. So, I mean, it's awesome to watch, and it's awesome to see all the backstory of everything. But no, I've had a pleasure, and I couldn't thank you guys enough for allowing me to join you guys on this fine Saturday. So
we appreciate you being here. It's been nice to have some different faces and different voices in the group for a little while, as we all know we're busy people these days. We know Sean's doing his thing, and Nick has been he continues to do his thing in the background. And it's nice having you in the mix, as well as Ryan Mooneyham when he comes and joins us. But this is all gearing up for, of course, as you can see down below, the logo Tournament of Champions. And that's going to be that really kind of the first week of October. Let me get those dates for you. The 4th. The 4th is when I get there. So 7th through the 11th is when it technically happens. All that action, whether it be triples, doubles. We also have the men's CSI, women's CSI, the elite finales, and then our new CDI, our cricket doubles invitational, which is kind of a mixed doubles event, which should be very interesting.
As I had a comment asking what's Lost Boys Darts interested.
Yeah, give him the spiel. Let him know what you got.
Well, Justin, Lost Boys Darts is me and my best friend here in Ogden, Utah, decided to jump out of our comfort zone and start our own little Facebook stream. We stream Tuesdays and Thursday nights on the Gramboard. So, I mean, you see plenty of Gramboard stream. We try and have fun with it. Everyone is welcome. You can throw with your kids. You can throw with your grandchild. It doesn't matter to us. I mean, we're here for the fun, and we just like to have a good time. We're just two best friends streaming our times on Gramboard. So that's who we are, and we've kind of made a name for ourselves. We're chasing that 1,000 followers and getting ourselves out there. So, I mean, I had the pleasure of meeting these guys down at Team Dart NDA last year, and I had a grand old time. I mean, talking with these two, I was in the booth just sitting there listening to Will and Nick and seeing the back play of everything that these guys do every week in, week out. So that is Lost Boys Darts. I mean, big shout out to my other guy, Josh Seward, who was in the chat earlier. But yeah, that's the little rundown. And as Paul Rogers says, and kick the butt of us old men. So, I mean, we like to have fun with it. We always try and prioritize our chat. We try and reply to absolutely every single person. If we don't, we're sorry. But
Speaking of the Lost Boys, I was just gonna say this is my public call out to Faithful Stewart on the Lost Boys. I don't know how I can do that. I want to do that, and this is my public call out to Faithful
know.
Stewart there.
Don't know how we're gonna make that one happen, but we can try to do it.
Yes, Justin Davis. Yes, just find us on Facebook. As Hunter says, I'm playing your other half on Grandboard, so I know what Junior's doing right now. But as we are tuning into Michelle Hughes and Rachel Rayfield, it looks like game one of this best of 3. So race to 2. So had a little mishap with the last match that we were tuning into, but we brought you more action here and a big trip 18 to close the 18s. And looking down at that 19 again, unfortunately doesn't register as anything. No, thank you, Justin. I truly appreciate it. I mean, thanks to these guys for, allowing me to represent my own brand name, and these guys allowing me to be a part of this. So
Let's see how this one concludes here. We got a 1-point advantage for Michelle in this one. Closed houses on both sides.
what do you think of Rachel's little hop when she's throwing, Will?
I mean, it's not uncommon. A lot of people do have that little hop there, as long as you try to keep it consistent.
I mean, you
the
gave
the less movement, the better.
You gave my sister the nickname of Tina Two Toes 2 years ago down at Team Dart NDA. So
Oh yeah. Well, she's got those 2 toes at the throw line, so that's kind
Yeah.
of funny that you mentioned that one. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you every throw's unique. Maybe a little different.
as Paul Rogers says, I would like to thank Will Stewart for introducing me to Lost Boys Darts. So
Oh, there we go. Nice.
big
I
shout
love
out to
it.
Will Stewart, whoever that guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Wherever that dead
As
guy is.
Rachel steps up and hits 4, so she will get a 4 point lead. Michelle looking at the 16s, missing into the triple 8 the second dart and into the single 7 third dart. And I will say, Junior and I actually 9 darted Paul Rogers on stream one time on a cricket game, so that was probably the highlight that we've had so far.
There we go.
Rachel looking at the 16s after the miss into the single 3. Gets 2. Looks like only 1 hole out of those 16 trip 16s.
Using that one-eye technique again. Rachel trying to find it.
Oh, Paul, I know what happened to the match best of 21. That's why you have your jersey on your way. Single 10, single 15. Single 15 only finds 2 15s, chasing 50 points. Here to Rachel Rayfield.
Things are getting interesting here in this one. A reminder, we don't know what happened in that first leg.
Since that Paul Rogers guy is no one in the dart community. I wouldn't say that. You're in every dart stream that I know. I see your name quite often, so I mean you're pretty well known across every platform. So single 17, single 15, looking at the 15 again as She hits a double 17 for 51 points scored, trying to get her a little more cushion. I wish you guys could hear Nick right now, but
No, they don't. They absolutely do not want that, for better or worse, even if it is intelligible or non-intelligible comments.
single 2 from Rachel. Does have a 18 or a 28 point lead. Single 15 needs another one, and we'll find the double for the close. So
Nick-
Rachel does have a 28 point lead.
Nick, can you hop in for me real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
As I'm teamed up with Nick, the young buck, DeShera.
I'm not that much younger than you. I don't know. I mean, Will's old. We agree. Will and Sean are old. That's why they can give me
We
that.
talked about this, and I thought that I was younger than you.
Yeah, maybe that might be fair. If that's the case, you really can't call me young. But I'm just kidding.
Well, I
I'm
just listened to these two call you that, so
That's fair. And they also call me
As Rachel-
Darachi because they don't know how to read.
Yeah.
So
yeah. As Rachel steps up and hits a single bull, needs 2 more. There we go. Here's the third. And put it on the counter.
the counter it is on now. Rachel Rayfield taking that first leg here, and really, I mean, her play style from what we've got to see so far has showed that she's a very much a determined, gritty player. It's not that she has these big explosive rounds. It's that there's consistently always pressure being applied. And honestly, when her 0-1 game was looking super, super strong as well. So I'm wondering if we're going to see that continuance here.
Correct. I would have to fully agree with you, as we saw earlier. But Michelle steps up and only gets 56 points.
Sean, hashtag he's fired green in chat. How's it going?
Looking great. Well, hashtag Sean is fired was blowing up in the chat earlier.
It's actually
Isn't that guy
the only
fired?
thing we had going earlier is everyone was piggybacking on that one.
As Rachel will step up and hit 79.
Yeah, I mean, Rachel's just been looking really solid, and you're going to notice, and one of the biggest disparities that we do need to talk about, with this being the fourth qualifier day, right? The very last one possible, as we get to put it on the counter. I know you want to say it.
Hey, well, that's 2 times. I mean, in the same match, we haven't had that all day. So,
But the big thing with this being the last qualifier, a lot of the big names that you're used to seeing, a lot of the high average players already qualified. That's kind of why a lot of people prefer playing the last qualifier, simply because that gives them a better opportunity. The average pool gets a little bit tighter, and it lets a different player shine. And there's a whole field of talent out there, and waiting for this last qualifier and taking advantage of these opportunities is such a huge thing for them, from the guys and the girls on the side. And it lets a lot of new faces that you don't normally see get into these high level positions to be able to play for tens of thousands of dollars in some cases.
I have to agree with you. I mean, I was there week 1 where we saw Ram Guevara, we saw Jules Van Dongen was in
Maloney.
one of the brackets. Mike Maloney was in there. And we also had Rick Hensey, I'm pretty sure, in another bracket as well, week 1.
Yeah, you're gonna see some of those guys qualify, and once you get top 5, you're guaranteed, and realistically, top 7 puts you in really prime position to almost guarantee it as well. So when you're in that top 7 position in your brackets, there's not a lot of pressure. And for the women's, I believe it's an even wider range because there's usually not as many brackets typically. I think this year's probably the most qualifier participation we've ever had across every week now,
Which is awesome.
It's great.
And like I was telling you guys earlier, I mean, I have 2 females from Utah. They actually, one lost to the one and only Chrissy Grimmel in her qualifier event, but then I had another one that actually took first. They qualified for the finale event. I think it was last weekend, actually. So
there you go. Well, I mean, yeah, that's awesome to see.
I was like, I have two females from Utah going out to the finale events representing. So as Rachel Rayfield will have a look at 120. Ooh, a single 1 first start.
Yeah,
Wants that first one back.
Lax first start there. I understand the two dart out of going for the 20s, but I think when you're playing a fat bull format like this, and especially at the level that we've kind of been seeing them playing, taking that advantage of throwing the bull first gives you so many other opportunities of things that will make you still eligible to hit the outs. And also, I mean,
agree.
let's be honest, Rachel hits the bull pretty well. She's consistently getting one or two a round.
She does, and Michelle will have to take out this 91. I would have to believe to say,
Oh, and she
and
might.
she might steps up. Bull trip 17 needs a double tops as
Doesn't
Caroline.
go.
Caroline steps in and says, Jillian Phillips and Jessica Kilpatrick Melton from Utah. Exactly. Those are my girls. Caroline, I met you up at the Idaho Invitational. I saw that actually, I think you qualified as well last weekend. So some people from my vendor get to
What
represent.
start there for Rachel Rayfield. You can see everyone watching intently. That's a 2 straight win there for her, and a great showing from Rayfield.
As Rachel Rayfield will move on and face Tiffany Groshek. Still on the loser side, race to 2. So
Let's just put it like this. Rachel Rayfield doing her best Chris Watson impersonation, losing in that first round, and then winning 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5 matches in a row and getting her on a great run. I mean, she's 1 or 2 matches away from getting that top 7 position guaranteed, and top 5 is the hard guarantee as well for that finale. And I mean, there's so much money on the line. It's such a huge position to be in. And so to make a run this middle bracket, that's amazing for her.
that's awesome. I mean, exactly what Nick just said. There's so many opportunities with this being a triple elimination, as we will hop back over to Dominic Punt and Jeff Paulson, the one that we started on, had a little mishap. So we are back for more action, and this will be a race to 1, as both of these guys are in that final bracket. And it's a race to 1 cricket, I believe.
That is correct. Yeah, it looks like there was a issue with the board itself, and it wasn't just a misregistered dart, so they went ahead and had to reset. So that's actually, the timing worked out really well, where we can still actually see this leg. But I mean, let's be honest, Dominic Punt not happy with the fact that he's in this position, considering how much he was winning at the beginning of the day, and he's going to really need to consider converting here and continuing his run, because he's right at that cusp, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, he's at that 7th place position. If you get 6, you're basically still guaranteed. 7th, you're not necessarily 100% guaranteed because of the size of the brackets.
As we are in bracket number 5, the winner of this will go take on Curtis Witherby.
And then after that, Larry Keith, a person familiar to the PPD streams.
As I just saw a name in bracket 4 that was actually in chat earlier. Tim Goodwin is thrown in bracket 4.
Yeah, he's playing on a bullshooters in Arizona as well. Although I know Susie Smith has been rocking the board today. And I do want to give a huge shout out to the stadium in Texas, because the one thing that they have been doing, I know we got in Dominic a couple matches in a row, but when he had weights, they were putting other people on the board. We just happened to miss the timing on it. So it's really cool, because I know that they are very passionate about the streaming aspect of their bar. And so to see them rotate and get different faces on the stream and stuff is really cool to see. Definitely love it and appreciate Gabriel and everyone else from the stadium.
As back-to-back 7 marks from both Dominic and Jeff. Jeff is on the board.
He's on the board, but he's not in pole position.
No, as Dominic goes up single 20 first start, looks at the 20 again, as Paul Rogers says, Curtis is from my area. Okay. So from Rockford, Illinois area. If you guys don't know who Paul Rogers is, he is in every Dart Stream chat that you can imagine. Not what Jeff wanted right there. 108 to 137. Dominic with the upper hand. Dominic looking for points first. We'll miss into the single 5. Go back for some more points. 40 points scored. So this is still in reach for Jeff, as this is a race to 1. Big first. Unfortunately missed into the triple 4. And missed into the single 4. So big first start unfortunately missed on the second and third, and Dominic will have a chance with a big first trip 20. Looking to close and goes back up for a 5 mark. As Matt says, let's get it, kid. Dom seems to have calmed down a bit now, too. Yeah, hey, I would have to agree. I'm exactly what Nick was saying. We've seen him a couple times on stream, and it seems like Dominic is definitely settled down a little bit, got the nerves under him, and finding his darts. So,
Well, when you play with your heart on your sleeve, because I mean, Will was talking about how he shows a lot of emotion when he plays. There's pros and cons to that. I mean, we see it in the PDC, CDC, and everywhere else as well. You have these really good highs, and you get on these big streaks where you're feeling really confident. And you can kind of, carpe diem and seek the day. And the problem is when you do have those downturns, when that adrenaline starts to dump, you'll have these big fall offs. You'll have these bigger moments of frustration. So it's, it's playing with fire, or double-edged sword per se. In this case, it seems like he's kind of helped to reground. And I think honestly playing with the headphone in there, getting some good music like how he has kind of helped ground him a little bit.
as Jeff will go up trip 16, double 20 for the close, and a single 16. So a big 6 mark from Jeff. So Dominic's looking down at the 19s to get him a little more cushion, and he will do just that with a 4 mark. 76 scored. So Jeff chasing 49 after that.
Yeah, you can see both these
Only
guys.
hits 3 singles.
They're staying in that like low or high 3 range, low 4 range right now. And it's a little bit of nerves. I mean, again, this is the 7th place match. I cannot stress this enough. At 6th place, you can almost mathematically guarantee that you're still going to be okay, even if you don't have the verbal guarantee of top 5 and higher. But to get into that elite finale, I mean, you're talking the difference of thousands of dollars in potential prize winnings. And to be honest, I mean, for anybody, I mean, it's an honor to play in a draw setting like that. So Dominic needs to make sure he stays focused and takes advantage of the fact that he has this position in the league. Because right now, Jeff's working his way from behind.
He has
200 points.
200 points.
Yep.
And a big 5 mark from Dominic. So Jeff is definitely itching for a big round right here.
Yeah, Jeff playing from behind like this, while I do like how much pressure it does add, the fact is it's so many points to come back on in either bulls or 15s that it's going to give a massive advantage to Dominic. He just needs to control himself. And again, I don't necessarily agree with the over pointing here to this pedigree. I'm a heavy points player. But when you're doing it this much, you're honestly prolonging the game and giving Jeff a chance to get back in because they're not close to that 20 round limit at the moment. They're on round 12 right now.
Correct. And I mean, one big round puts Jeff right back in this. And there's a big first start. And I mean, exactly what you just said. There's that big round that Jeff Paulson is only chasing 132.
And 132, which is going to be a big task. That means that he is going to need all 6 bulls here if Dominic doesn't close it. And 6 bulls, whether you're the top level pro, bottom level pro, new to the game or not, it's a hard shot. And Dominic might not even give him a shot at it. Takes it
And
there with a big roar.
That. Wow.
And
a 392 to a 383.
And of note here, Dominic Punt now can say almost definitively he's going to be in that finale qualifier or the finale, Kansas City. And then there's the Masters and then the pros level, I believe, is how they did the naming scheme. So that middle bracket, I mean, Jeff Paulson might still be able to sneak into the finale. It's not a bad run, but it's definitely a little dicey if you're them because you want to be in that big pool.
Exactly. And as I said earlier, Dominic will go on and face Curtis as we will switch over to South Dakota, where we have Jordan Zemansky against Ben Baxa. The whole Baxa clan was in the chat earlier, as we will see the diddle. And 95 scored for Jordan. Let me find the bracket that this one is in.
Yeah, this is going to be a bracket 2 matchup here. This is the winner of this will play Matt Bella in the finals of the middle bracket here. And the position that they're at's really solid, right? I mean, at this point, if they were to lose, you're losing versus you're already guaranteed top 4 from this position of where they're at. So they're going to be really happy with where or excuse me, I'm sorry, they're guaranteed top 5 from where they're at right now. So they're already in the elite finale. Both these players have done it. The hard work is done. And now it's just about playing for some pride and a little bit extra money in your pocket.
As we're going to a round 2, as 95 were scored on the first round for both. So
Marla Turntine in chat saying, happy fall. It's almost time for TOC. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as looks at that back-to-back ties. So they're going to have to reload that match here. But yeah, super excited to be out there. Of course, myself, Sean Green, Will Stewart, Jen Mounts, and Danny Baggish as well joining the team. And we're really looking forward to that show. So yeah,
as Brenda Grand jumps on and says, good luck, Ben, as we will go right back into this and have to diddle again as there were 2 ties. So
you can see thrown to the right there, that is Hunter Smith. She was in the chat earlier commenting about these fellas, and I said, you're the one in charge of keeping them in line here, Hunter. Got a chance to hang out with her. I believe it was an NDA. Got to talk to her and Jake, and they are wonderful.
You see Jake right there as well.
Yep, Jake Smith and Hunter Smith, of course, thoroughly bashed me my first year at TOC, the mixed triples event. I did not stand a chance. They beat me very nicely, but on the bright side, it blossomed a beautiful friendship.
As Caroline replies to Mike Maloney, between the laptop, phone, and TV. I don't know if I missed Mike Maloney's comment, but
he probably replied to an earlier one.
Yeah, probably. Can't wait to see everyone. You all have done an amazing job. Thank you, Marla. Well, thank you for tuning in. We truly couldn't do this without everyone that tunes into all of this. I know from being a small stream on Facebook, if it wasn't for everyone that keeps this stuff going, we wouldn't have anything to put
we wouldn't have anything at all for the PPD if it wasn't for Marla and Jim Turrentine. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
All right, Ben Baxa to start us off here, and he's been on a tear on the stream so far. Again, these guys guaranteed those finale positions, so at this point, you're trying to make sure you make more than your entry fee back. Right now, they're at $50. If they continue winning on, they can get a grand prize of $300. Corey Jensen sitting in that king seat position, waiting to see who he plays.
As Ben Baxa steps up and tries to go the white horse route, goes trip 20, trip 19, and then up and misses into the triple 4. So exactly what we were talking about earlier. I mean, Jordan does step up and hit a 5 mark, so tables kind of have turned. I mean, Ben does have those 2 playhouses, so.
And again, with the position that these guys kind of get to take that pressure off their shoulder a little bit, they don't have to get any further along. They're both at that 5th place, guaranteed their position. I think they're going to have a little bit of fun with it. I think they're going to shoot some different stuff. I know personally, I play very different when I'm relaxed and in a casual setting versus a competitive one.
Yeah, a high competitive tournament like this.
And just give a heads up, the board cam is working just fine. I'm just going to give a little refresh there so we can not have as much of a delay. So just want to let you guys know that it is all good there.
As Shane jumps in and says Jordan got first in Master last year. Okay. Steps up and hits 3 more or 72 more points on the 18, but Ben will step up trip 20, trip 18. Looking for the 9 and misses, unfortunately, on dart number 3 for a big 7 mark, though. Does have a 12-point lead over Jordan.
Whatever that sign says, Ray Morgan, we don't want it. I'm just kidding. Ray Morgan, of course, played on the CSE this season in our Division 2 matchup against Jason Derby, which ended up being a shootout. Jason Derby coming out on top, but Ray Morgan and Jason Derby's match was probably the closest scoreline we've had of the season, and honestly could have gone the distance in the right setting there.
As they're showing everyone. Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh. Ben, will you marry me? Of course, playing to the last time where we saw someone propose to Carly Griggs, co-director of the PPD. That was Gabe Steffen. So throwback to that stream. Of course, if you want to see that, guess what? We've been posting some reels on Facebook and Instagram over on the Partners Promoting Darts page in the Darts TOC Instagram. So go ahead and check it out over there. And we've been posting some short form content, trying some different stuff for you.
As I have a shout out to me, Miss Outlaw says, hello, Jakob. Well, hello, Mrs. Outlaw. How are you doing on this fine Saturday evening? As it is now going on, what, probably, no, it's only 4 o'clock Illinois time, I'm pretty sure. I know it's almost 5 o'clock in Nick's world, so
almost 6 o'clock. It's 5:50 p.m. where I'm at. We've been going live for about 2 hours and 14 minutes. So I do appreciate you guys all hanging out with us during that as we will continue our coverage following along. We did have our set of stream locations and we still have a couple in the mix here. But unfortunately, we're right now with just of the brackets and how the players end up doing. So we have a couple players we're still watching along with, so make sure to stay tuned and hopefully we'll get some good finals action here in a little bit.
As we have 50 or 48 viewers in here though, so big shout out to all of you with everything going on today. I know there is a lot of dart streams going on as Ben Baxa is looking to close the bullseyes. I mean, why not stay there for the win? And no, he will decide to go up to the triple 20 and throw a 4.43.
Yeah, solid stuff there. Really kind of a dominant performance. Again, these guys just kind of having some fun with it at this point, as you can see from the signs and what seems to be some very much non-alcoholic shots being taken in the background. Yeah, it must be
Never want that on stream.
Apple juice, maybe.
Yeah,
something like that.
Some apple juice aiming fluid.
You know, it is funny though, and look at that as Jordan gives us not a counter, not a dynamite. We're just gonna call it a good shot from Jordan.
Not a counter, yeah. We'll just call it a 9 mark.
You know what? Turns out it's a good shot. Yeah, it's it's very interesting to see different players' approaches. Some of them choosing to drink versus not drinking while playing. I know I started as a youth player, and oftentimes I don't really drink when I play because that's just how I grew into the game.
I don't either. I would have to agree with you on that. I'm not a big drinker. I will probably, have one, maybe two, just to, get it off the edge. But after that, it's just all about darts. So as Paul Rogers drops a dynamite, I don't know what that means, Paul. We don't say that on this stream.
Yep, never have once said it on any of these channels for sure. No way, no how.
As Ben Baxa looks to close the 20 on dart number 3, unfortunately misses into the single 5. As Shane says, not from Wisconsin, obviously.
Sean Green is the man. Whoa, come on. Wow. All right. We're getting some hate comments held up on these signs or something. I'm just kidding.
Well, he was replaced by none other than myself. So, I mean,
as we get a boom goes the dynamite. There you go. You get one of those. That's it. The only one.
We'll have one. Clip it, because that's all you get. Big shot from Ben.
I was just going to say, in the background here, I am keeping an eye on some of our other matches with my eagle eye, no pun intended. Check us out on Eagle Eye Sports, YouTube and Facebook. But we have Rachel Rayfield taking on Tiffany, and they're on round 20. So it's about to be a round out over there. So that will probably be the match that we're going to jump to after this one, if it is still going on. So I just want to let you guys know there's constant content coming your way.
As Ben Baxa steps up and hits a single 17, but does close on dart number 3. I can't read that one. As they held up another sign, unfortunately. Couldn't read it. But Jordan goes up and only hits one single 16. And Heather Fuller says yes, because we said it one time. Big first start.
Oh, come on. Give it to us, Ben. That's a what there. That's for Heather as well. That's a what moment. That's a huge shot. I mean, you can tell the difference, right?
That's massive. Yeah.
There's almost we were watching Ben for quite a bit earlier, and while he has not had like any bad games, I definitely think that he's by far a different version of himself and very much loosened up and really playing like optimal self right now. No one knows how to qualified. He's just throwing darts at this point.
Susan says, "Wow." Sorry, Susan. Couldn't read the sign that you guys just held up. You might just have to re-hold it up. But Ben Baxa looks to have the upper hand on this one.
Between this wooden nickel bar and the Union Lake Eagles, we're getting a lot of signs nowadays. So put it on the dynamite counter.
Dynamite counter. Hey, I like it. As Ben Baxa will advance as he wins 2-0. And he will go on to face Matt Bella. Still on the one side loss, race
South
to 2.
Dakota still gets the W. That's what they said. Wow. All right. We're having some fun with it here. And hey, still congratulations to Jordan, because at this point, even if he wins or loses his next match, he is guaranteed a spot in that elite finale. He did his work today. We're going to take a moment here. We're going to go ahead and just get set up with our Rachel Rayfield match that we're going to be switching to here, or Susie Smith, one of the two. So just give us a moment here.
What's the over-under that we get back on the stream?
Oh, no. We're not putting any more bet lines out. That's Will's job, and I think he's in with Sean. They're both fired. So we'll be back in just a moment here, folks. I am Nick Teixeira, joined by the one and only Jacob Armstrong from Lost Boy Darts, and, of course, Will Stewart in the background for USA Darts. And we've been having a great time here at Partners Pro Darts. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back in just a moment.
With 8 flight, it is nearly impossible for the flight to come off. It won't break, tear, crack, or bend out of shape in the long run because it's just soft and flexible enough. On top of the amazing material itself, the edges are reinforced along the wings to provide extra protection from tight groupings. But remember, aesthetically, cosmetically, it's not going to look pretty. Yes, you will see some fraying and scratching, like many others out there, but it will hold up, it'll take a beating, and continue to take a beating. In conclusion, after weeks of play, this isn't 100% beautiful, but it's functional, and I'm personally ranking it top 2 out of all systems for durability. The thread system is truly innovative, the flight can't come off, and that's plenty enough reason to give it a try. Get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're A2ZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. Introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All 3 dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All 3 dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So in preparation for a recent event, I put this board to the test with 4 to 6 hours of practice per week for a month straight. This gave me an opportunity to see how this board holds up, as well as give you all that honest opinion you've been waiting for. After just a few throws, I was able to tell that this board was a touch softer than popular brands I've used in the past. Admittedly, this had me a little scared, thinking this would lead to a fairly quick wear down. Instead, after a week, I was still at the point where I felt the board did not need to be rotated. Overall, after a month and around 20 hours of play, I was thoroughly surprised by how well this board held up. Yes, there was some aesthetic wear and tear, but I do feel there was a decrease in the amount of bounce that I had, which I directly contributed to the board's softness. For me, this is a winner for both new and experienced players who like to put their hours in. Alrighty folks, don't forget we're your partner in darts. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks for watching.
How to use a Corona light on a soft tip electronic dartboard using a Target Corona conversion kit. This kit comes with 4 identical pieces here. Very, very simple. The very bottom has 4 prongs that actually insert into the outer ring of the board. The other backside has a magnetic piece there that goes and connects against the magnetic feet of the Corona light. So full disclosure for this kit, it's not compatible with all electronic dartboards out there. We've tested every one in the store. It does not work with the Target Nexus or other boards similar to that shell, and it doesn't work with the Grand Practice 13-inch board. However, it's compatible with the Grand versions 1, 2, 3, 3S, and the Grand Dash, as well as the Darts Live 100S and 200S. And that is it. You guys ready? Turn this bad boy on. Voila, that is it. Very, very easy to do, super affordable with the Target Corona conversion kit.
Alrighty, folks. Well, we are back and better than ever, as it looks like we are staying in South Dakota here. Ben Baxa versus Matt Bella, as unfortunately I wasn't quick enough to catch one of those other matches here, but this should be a great one. Matt Bella, former CSC participant, I believe he played this last season as well, but I could be wrong on that. And of course, Ben Baxa, we've been following him along, and I am Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart and Jacob Armstrong. Jacob, are you excited for this one?
Hey, we're excited. We get to see Ben for probably the 3rd time today, as he still decides to go trip 20 and then down to the 19. And Alan Gray says, yes, we made it over. Made the over.
Yeah, well, we noticed with with this type of stream, this and nationals and even all-star triples, which our first one will be on the 16th this month. So mark that in your calendars, everybody. We tend to follow certain plot lines and players because a lot of players don't like switching boards a bunch, and these guys have been on their boards and crushing it, and we're following along in the background. Hopefully, if the timing works out well, we're going to try our best to get the Tim Goodwin match versus, oh my goodness gracious, Don Kirby.
As this one is still a race to 2, only in the 1-loss bracket. Matt Bella, looking up, only hits a single 18 and a single 17. See how many signs we get in this one, as Ben Baxa jumps up, still has the 20s. Looking at the 18s, it seems like. And all 3 in the single 1s. So Ben wants all 3 of those back, not what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, Matt's gonna
Big
take
first
full
start from
advantage.
Matt.
Matt's the type to punish. Matt Bella, I believe his only streamed match for the CSC was against none other than Chrissy Grimmel.
Okay.
Chrissy Grimmel being our only female participant to play it since we switched to a mixed gendered type format. Before that, we used to have a men's and a women's CSC respectively. Now it's just open to whoever has the highest average and feels like playing in it.
As Hunter says, I love Mr. Tim Goodwin. Well, we are hoping that we get to catch that match. As
They have not started yet.
Alan Gray says Ben's bigger than he is. Bigger than is he won't let us have the live stream board.
Oh, that son of a gun.
Well, I mean, he's on a qualifier as Matt Bella steps up and hits a big 4. Ben Baxa looking at the 16s to try and make this one interesting. Single 16 first start. Left him a little room. Goes down into the single 7. Only finds 2. So Matt Bella will have a chance in possibly winning darts for this round 1 in a race to 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Single 16.
He's looking sharp right now. Let's just be honest. Matt Bella playing in prime form and been kind of just regrouping a little bit here. I mean, he just had a monster match and again got himself in that guaranteed position. So I think he's just kind of relaxed and trying to find his form now.
Jakob, would you go down to Phoenix with me one weekend to play blind draws down there? Are you saying at the bull shooter? I don't know. That would have to be a talk for not only me but my better half to see if I can get a weekend away with baby boy being here any day now. So
have you used better half to describe your significant other and junior?
Yes.
I'm just making sure I understand the plot line here.
Yes. No, my better half is the one that is carrying our child right now. And she's about ready to pop any day now. So, like I said, that will have to be a talk for not only myself, but Kayla as well. So
it's always good to double check everything with the misses, as I know for a fact I have to run everything I do with my cat in the background, making sure Fred the cat is fine. Anyway, so it looks like Matt Bella taking leg number 1 there. So good win there. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, out of the Wood Nickel still playing in the tournament, we have Devin Hunter and Wes White still kicking in the bracket here. So just want to give a shout out to those guys. You can see Wes White thrown in the background there and Devin Hunter somewhere around. Did get a chance to interview him over at Kansas City.
Other half and better half, it was a little different as my little brother steps up and has my back. But Josh does say, me and Kayla make the whole better, Jacob. So Ben Baxa will lead this one off in a race to 2, being down 1-0. As February is the Arizona Open, I believe. Ooh, that might be a fun one to catch. I think that's over President's Day weekend. Down at the bull shooter. As Ben steps up, trip 20, second dart, and finds it on the 3rd as well for 60 points scored. So Ben relaxing a little bit.
Yeah, one thing to note when you're doing these, let's go, Benny, from David. I just one thing to note when you're playing these best of 3, when you're playing these short formats. I was just playing at Bull Shooter Florida yesterday in these singles, and one thing to keep in mind is it really is down to who gets the stronger start. The middle stuff almost doesn't even matter nearly as much. It's can you start off strong and can you hit the 3 bulls at the end? And whoever tends to have the better start will kind of run with it. There's not a lot of room for error when you're playing at this level, where you can kind of come back from a lax start.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, as Ben just went up, in 3 single 19s, closes Matt's 19s. And I think Ben will go over to the 18s as Matt only hit 2 of those. Misses into the 444. Finds it on the second one, though. Looks down, it looks like, and will find the 17 as well. As Corey Jensen says, get it, Ben. And Heather Fuller says, I never can hit the poles at the end. Well, everyone has room for improvement, I promise. As a big 7 mark from Matt Bella. Ben looking up at the 20s to get the point lead back. Looks like he's going to stay there and misses into the single one. So this is still interesting. Matt Bella with a 3-point lead. Could possibly close, but I think he's going to go all 16. Oh, no. Single 18 first. Ooh, taking a shot.
And that's a huge opportunity there. Matt Bella really rings the bell there. I mean, and that's what you can do, right? When you're playing basically for position in a future tournament, you're playing a satellite, if you will. He can afford to take an opportunity like that. And, you know, in this case, it might not pay off. Ben hits it right back with a 7 mark of his own there. But yeah, I mean, this is the opportunity where Matt knows, okay, if I can just take it in 2 right now, get closer to finishing my run, that's great. And on the contrary, I mean, Ben right now is playing real close too. This is good. This is a good set.
Down to the wire.
3-2 on Bulls. Ben to shoot now. 3 to take it to a last leg decider. Ooh,
Double Bull
start.
first. And he does just that.
Yeah, one apiece here.
4.59 to a 5.0 though. As Let's Go Benny comes on the screen again. Big darts from both. I mean, Matt was right in there with a 5.0. Ben looking to get this start. Susan says yes. The mother of Ben.
And we're going to stay on this match here, but while they're diddling real quick, we're going to take a quick peek over this because I want to get a glimpse before it's over. This is going to be that Tim Goodwin, Don Kirby match here. So this has been going on in the background, been keeping our eye on, and Tim Goodwin looking like he's real solid here. So just letting you guys know that is going on. Unfortunately, started in the middle of this match here. So best of luck to both these players, and we're going to jump right back over to Ben backs up Matt Bella.
As the diddle is going on, 85 points scored for Ben. So Matt looking for more than 85 to start this last game. As David Al says, let's go, Ben. And Ben will get the start. Nice starts, Tim. Yeah, I mean, Tim seems like he's finding it, so. As this will be a 501 open in, open out.
Yep. So this is going to be that tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm. I might have a lot of chances here.
Yeah, this is it's definitely interesting that they do it in the middle leg here. I personally, as a player, I would prefer, or as the last leg, I would prefer it to be in the middle leg. I think
I would have to agree with you.
A quick game, and it's just tough. I know that we focus on cricket because majority of the PPD tournament is cricket. There's very few 0-1 games that you do get to play, and the ones you do are only in loser side.
As a put it on the counter from Matt Bella.
So it's hard knowing that position, right? Knowing that it's kind of in the last. I really wish it was in the middle, but I do know that we've experimented with some different stuff.
As James Goodwin in the chat says, let's go, Ben. Who's Tim Goodwin? As Ben backs a steps up and hits a 117. Matt, perfect through 3.
Yeah, and normally going second here, you kind of normally would feel pressured to go for the 180 to potentially leave yourself a 9-dart finish in open out. But in this case, with Ben at 279, if he does hit a hat trick, still has to hit a good combination finish. So he feels free to get himself in range and try to tee up the shot.
Ben backs are looking for that big round right here as he's throwing a 37 point per dart. Big first.
Yeah. He's going to try to leave that 129, although it's not a pretty finish. And he will leave the 129.
Do just that as another put it on the counter.
So then this is up to Matt Bella here. He has to make sure Ben doesn't feel comfortable on the shot. Oh, that's a
And
unfortunate miss.
That's a big miss right there for Ben Baxa. And another, I think he was looking trip 19 right there to leave a 122.
Yeah, and he wanted to guarantee a finish, so he had to stay down there. So now 129 for Ben Baxley here. I recommend typically just attacking the bull dead on first, but he could go for right that trip 19. Now going down to the 19. Oh, he carried it over, so not going to be happy with that. All he can do is either hit the 8 or the 18 respectively.
Me personally, I'm probably going a single 8 just to leave a bull because it is a bull out. So
I agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong either way. I'm a big fan of leaving myself the bull as well, but also sometimes I guess I'm so used to playing doubles with freeze rule, which you'll see in some of the PPD leagues. I'm so used to bringing it down as low as possible. Oh, Matt Pella goes wide on it.
Single 20. So Ben Baxa with a winning dart. Hits it first dart is my projection.
We'll see. There's a little bit of pressure on it. We'll see what he does. Nails it. Gives us a little roar there. David's already coming up with another sign. Of course, David has another sign.
See it, David. Come on. Come up.
Let's go, Benny.
Let's go, Benny.
And let's go ahead and get the tail end. Stay here, giving some love to each other. Let's get the tail end of this match over here. Again, this is a race to 1 that we're seeing on this. So that is a pretty close one. It kind of evened out where Tim Goodwin was way ahead and Don Kirby's eased his way back into leg.
Susan says, pop. Hunter, do the roar. And Alan says, that's why we are on the stream, baby. Stephanie with a yes. Big darts from Ben right there. As Tim Goodwin looking to get right back into this. And a big 7 mark. So, again, only chasing 40 points is Don Kirby. Don Kirby looking to have a good round.
Yeah, Don Kirby, of course, if you watch the Siege over with Sean Green's show, I know he's fired, but I'll give him a little bit of love here. I have seen him play on there before. That's where I'm most familiar with him. And I know he's a pretty well-renowned shot in the area, and he shows why there. That was some real grit on that last start for the double 16.
As Hunter asks, so how many 9 marks do you think is going to happen on Monday, Nick?
So that's going to be Leonard Gates, Rick Hensey. Someone actually asked me last night at Bullshooter. They said, what are you playing? They said, I guarantee it's going to be 40 or more 9 marks. And I said, that's 4 over the record. Oh, look at Don Kirby's celebration.
Don Kirby goes single bull, double bull in this race to 1 last chance bracket. But Tim Goodwin finishing in that 6th spot. So
yeah, and we're gonna probably end up staying with Don Kirby here, just because I know now that his next match after coming out on top there will play against Dwayne Johansson, and then after that potentially Aaron Ham, then Brent Peters, then Zach Fuchs in the King seat there. So some good matches ahead. But yeah, I think if I'm gonna have to put a guess, I'm gonna say 32 would be the line I would put. I would take a 32.5. On the line for 9 marks for Monday, and I will personally take the over, but I don't know. I mean, to get that many 9 marks requires both players to drag out the games, not end them within 5 rounds, and to go 9-8. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough record. 36 is something that, while I do think we'll see it beat one day, I don't know if it's happening this season.
Hunter, Maya and Mike Maloney will be the following week.
Correct.
So 9/18, September 18th will be that match.
Yeah,
this exactly what Nick was saying. This week will be Rick Hensey against Leonard Gates on the CSC Challenger Series.
Yeah, we want to see both top 4 matches. There was no reason for us not to feature both of them, so we just said, you know what? We want to spare everyone. 2 weeks in a row, Millar is too much, if you ask me. So we wanted to go ahead and save everybody here and spread it out a little bit. But yeah, no, it's going to be real exciting. And I believe there was a poll on the Smash Darts page about the Millar-Maloney match. And Millar was not very happy when I put my vote in. Let's just say that.
As earlier in this stream, we brought that up, and I've never had an argument last that long on a Lost Boys darts stream ever.
It was not an argument. It was just a marital dispute between me and Millar. No, it's funny though. Like him and I were joking around those comments and taking some jabs at each other. But every time we do an interview, we end up talking for one time it was 20 minutes extra. Another time it was an hour extra. Those interviews are about 5 minutes long at most before they're cut down. So we end up talking for an extra hour plus. He'll ask me my opinions on things. I'll ask him his opinions on things as well. So Millar is a great guy, and I love when I get a chance to interview him and Maloney and really all these guys. I mean, it's really cool the insights you get, considering I'm just some guy that happens to stream darts and didn't expect to be in the position to talk to the people I get to talk to consistently.
Well, now I get the opportunity to talk to you and Will Stewart and Sean Green. So I mean,
Yeah, not as
That's where
cool.
darts
Not as
bring
cool
us.
names. You just named way less cool people than Millar and Maloney and all the like. We're all right, but as I
one
kid,
time we
I
should
kid.
pull you guys into the Discord on the LBD stream. Hey, I mean, that's if these guys want to. I mean, these guys are busy guys, especially on. I mean, they are on Mondays, Wednesdays for the CSC, but I know that Sean Green has his down at the Siege. So
I did hang up the grand board since the first CSC or the first the first qualifier you put up. I did hang it up. Now granted, it hasn't been used since 2020 and I had to fix a stuck segment, so it took me a little bit. But I think I got it up and going, so I might pop in on a Thursday. Thursdays are usually the days where I'm free, so
that's what I like to hear.
We'll see.
Mark McFadden.
Oh, look at that.
Rochester, New York, holding it down in the elite qualifiers today. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Josh Long, right?
There's a couple. Jonathan Long is definitely
Jonathan
one,
Long.
but Mark McFadden, of course, did qualify as well, and he is a great friend of USA Darts. Of course, he did tune in on the Monday stream and said the two beautiful souls talking about Sean and Will, but forgot to include me. So that's cool, Mark. I thought we were friends and on the same team. I just kid. Aaron Ham, previous CSC winner, by the way, is who he's talking about as well.
As I actually got to witness one of my local guys, Clayton Dean, face Mark McFadden last week in that TOC qualifier. Great darts, brother. I mean, I sat there and witnessed that one in person. So congrats to you in making that qualifying spot in this finale. So as we are about to get underway, Don Kirby versus Dwayne Johansson.
Yeah, this should be good. Dwayne Johansson is a very well accomplished player, and Mark, I was just messing with you. Much love and respect to you as well. But yeah, Dwayne Johansson, I got a chance to see him, I believe, at Whammo when I was out there, and he is a solid shot and has absolutely earned his position just as much as all these other players have to be this far along in the bracket. And since we're in a fifth place match, these guys are guaranteed elite finale. They're going to be feeling great here, Jacob.
Definitely are, as Don Kirby only steps up and hits 60. So Dwayne looking to top that 60. Single 20 first start, and that will do it. So Dwayne, for sure. As Dwayne will get the start here in the race to one last chance bracket. It will be Don Kirby and Dwayne Johansson in that fifth place spot, looking to kind of edge their way in a little bit deeper. Don Kirby, we've seen on stream a couple times. We saw the tail end of him versus Tim Goodwin. Dwayne steps up and gets a 4 mark on the 20s. Single 19, first start for Don. Ooh, flied it out into the single 7. Looking at it, doesn't know where to go, trying to see what he can do, and tries to go right underneath and does just that, but only registers as a single. As I'm talking to Junior from Lost Boys. Triple 20, triple 19 for a big 6 mark. And we called Don the rapid fire Kirby earlier. just kind of gets up there and throws them. I kind of like it. Doesn't really think much about it. Doesn't get in his head and just goes with the flow. Dwayne looking to close those. Does that just on the first start as a big white horse from Dwayne Johansson. And I'll give it to you. Heather, this one's for you. A big boom goes the dynamite.
Yep. Now the stream's downhill. All right, that's enough. You're done.
Hey, you did it once. I'll do it once. Will has not done it, so.
Well, Will is the boom guy, so he's got his fair share, and doesn't feel the need to do it as much as now he's a trendsetter because he was definitely the first one to do it, and nobody else.
Yeah, hey, well, there it is. As Dwayne looks to have the upper hand on this. Don Kirby just throws him. And looks like in this race to one, Don Kirby looks to be moving on as he only needs 2 bulls, hits a single, and finds a double, and will end with a 5.57 mark per round. He will go on and face Aaron Ham, which Mark McFadden was just talking about.
Yeah, previous CSE winner. I believe that was season 3, if I'm not mistaken. So super class act guy that did really well, and I know Sean Green got a chance to meet him, if I'm not mistaken here. So yeah, I mean, super cool stuff that we're seeing, and unfortunately that will be the end of the run for Mr. Kirby, but not before he accomplished his mission that he sought out to really do here. So we have just a slight break here, and then I believe we're going to go right back to either Rachel Rayfield or potentially Ben Baxa. So don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Jacob Armstrong and Will Stewart.
With 8 flight, it is nearly impossible for the flight to come off. It won't break, tear, crack, or bend out of shape in the long run because it's just soft and flexible enough. On top of the amazing material itself, the edges are reinforced along the wings to provide extra protection from tight groupings. But remember, aesthetically, cosmetically, it's not going to look pretty. Yes, you will see some fraying and scratching, like many others out there, but it will hold up, it'll take a beating, and continue to take a beating. In conclusion, after weeks of play, this isn't 100% beautiful, but it's functional. And I'm personally ranking it top 2 out of all systems for durability. The thread system is truly innovative, the flight can't come off, and that's plenty enough reason to give it a try. Get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're AtoZDarts.com, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to AZDarts.com. Introducing the classic standard Blade 6, the dual core version, same as the lineup from the Blade 5. However, Winmore's come out with an entirely new model called the triple core. So the triple core is essentially the dual core dartboard with an added third layer of carbon fiber sisal in the back, creating literally the ultimate setup for durability. So not only are you paying for an even better longevity of the dartboard, but also enhanced graphics and functionality. All three dartboards have a hardened double bullseye and 25 segment to help with durability. So listen up, Americans, we need this because of our obsession with cricket. The most common problems we have with sisal dartboards is the bullseye segment wearing out or some issue with a wire. So let's just say we're not known for wearing out our doubles. All three dartboards come fitted with the 3 Rotolock wheels to help stabilize the board to any wall surface. But the adjustable wheels make your life so much easier because they allow you to rotate your board super quick and easy. You just loosen them, rotate, then tighten them again, then of course fix your numbering.
So in preparation for a recent event, I put this board to the test with 4 to 6 hours of practice per week for a month straight. This gave me an opportunity to see how this board holds up, as well as give you all that honest opinion you've been waiting for. After just a few throws, I was able to tell that this board was a touch softer than popular brands I've used in the past. Admittedly, this had me a little scared, thinking this would lead to a fairly quick wear down. Instead, after a week, I was still at the point where I felt the board did not need to be rotated. Overall, after a month and around 20 hours of play, I was thoroughly surprised by how well this board held up. Yes, there was some aesthetic wear and tear, but I do feel there was a decrease in the amount of bounce that I had, which I directly contributed to the board's softness. For me, this is a winner for both new and experienced players who like to put their hours in. Alrighty folks, don't forget we're your partner in darts. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks for watching.
How to use a Corona light on a soft tip electronic dartboard using a Target Corona conversion kit. This kit comes with 4 identical pieces here. Very, very simple. The very bottom has 4 prongs that actually insert into the outer ring of the board. The other backside has a magnetic piece there that goes and connects against the magnetic feet of the Corona light. So full disclosure for this kit, it's not compatible with all electronic dartboards out there. We've tested every one in the store. It does not work with the Target Nexus or other boards similar to that shell, and it doesn't work with the Grand Practice 13-inch board. However, it's compatible with the Grand versions 1, 2, 3, 3S and the Grand Dash, as well as the Darts Live 100S and 200S. And that is it. You guys ready? Turn this bad boy on. Voila, that is it. Very, very easy to do, super affordable with the Target Corona conversion kit. Target Cult Darts range from the 2022 launches here. This is their high-end 90% tungsten range, and the theme is a stunning green and gold. So really what differentiates these is mostly the barrel shape. You have a torpedo option, a front-loaded almost bomber shape, and then a straight barrel. I would start there for your personal preference because your grip reference points are going to be really close throughout the entire range. All right, let's throw all of the steel tip variants onto the Target Aspar board. And as you can see, we've got the brand new mod home dartboard system all set up, ready to go. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm really liking it. And a quick note on the dual core dartboard, it's mounted on the very new edge corner bracket. So that is a new product by Winmore, and we've reviewed that and we're gonna show you exactly how to mount it. So stay tuned for that video. But in the meantime, let's chuck some darts. Okay, we'll go 20. Oh. Oh, missed the hat trick again. That's okay. But did you guys notice that this corner bracket is freaking solid, man? The board is not shaking at all, at least from my vantage point. I'll check to see the close-up afterwards. But even removing the darts, solid board, solid corner mount. The new FitPoint Plus CC conversion points. The CC in the name stands for carbon composite, which is a material that is very durable yet very lightweight, close to the soft tip plastic points you're used to throwing. They come in 2 available lengths to choose from, the shorter 25mm and the longer 30mm. They feature barbed tips that help to prevent bounce outs. Something to be said about these is they're very aggressive at first, versus being made smooth and wearing out to virtually nothing. So you can speed up the smoothing process by taking sandpaper to the barbed section. Here's a quick comparison of a brand new set versus a set used in a few games. When these were brand new, we noticed they pulled up fibers from the dartboard, so we recommend throwing at unpopular numbers. The left side of the board, definitely not the bullseye, treble, or doubles. They include a FitPoint Plus tool to loosen and tighten them. Couple that with a set of O-rings and you're darn near guaranteed a secure fit. That concludes our review. This product is available on our website, a2zdarts.com. Remember, we're your partner in darts, and thanks for watching. So when you buy the hub, you're only going to get a power cable, a bracket to mount the hub to the wall, and a spring bracket for the back of your dartboard, which is going to lock into the hub. And to lock your board into place, you start by aligning the 18, essentially where the 20 should be. It'll fit right in, and you just turn clockwise. And you're gonna have like a degree or two to kind of play with to make sure that that 20 is dead center.
Well, hello again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you didn't go far because we're into a good match here. Johnny Smith, Ben Baxa, and South Dakota representing here. This is a third place match here, Jacob, and this could potentially be a finals, for Ben or Johnny.
Correct, as this will be Johnny Smith will have to beat Ben Baxa twice. Ben Baxa will only have to beat Johnny Smith once, as Johnny Smith came all the way through that last chance bracket. But Ben Baxa will be the leader for game 1.
And you can see Wes White giving his boy some love there. Wes White already in the King C in his respective bracket. The winner right now will play Corey Jensen from this match. So here we go. This is going to be, again, that third place match. So best of 3, like you mentioned. And then if Johnny wins that best of 3, there will be a one single game to play after of cricket to decide who moves on. If Ben wins it here, then it is all said and done for Johnny Smith today.
And a big second dart from Ben Baxa will go down to the 19 for a big 5 mark. As Tim Goodwin says, well, I tried like hell, has had some great matches today. Well, Tim, you still did your job. You were in, or I can't remember where you finished. I think you were 6th. So
he did a good run, and it pretty much got where he needed to go. He finished today in that 6th place position, like he said, and lost to a very informed Don Kirby, but more than likely will be in that finale. And also, Tim, you made the stream, so good to see you.
Good to see you in chat again, as this is your second time. Here we go for Johnny Smith. Johnny Smith, 38, 57 after that first single 19. Single 3. Ooh, and a 777. So Ben will only need 1 dart at that 19. As Heather Fuller in the chat says, where did you play out of? Single 19 will close. Ben Baxa looks up at the 20s to get a little more cushion. And finds a big trip 18 third dart for a big 5 mark.
Yeah, I love his approach personally there because he started right at those 19s, right? He took the easy dart. He only had to hit a single there. Get that out of the way first, because anything else you hit just helps expand your position. But if you don't close those 19s, you didn't do your job that turn. So very smart stuff from Ben, and really a firm grasp as Johnny wasn't able to open those 17s.
Exactly, especially only hitting 2 singles. So Ben Baxa sitting pretty here. Looking down at that 17, hits a single first dart. Hey, 3 of them does the job.
Exactly.
And
I was just going to say, I love how he I don't know if it was intentional or not, but knowing that getting a third number on the board with point advantage, you're over a 9 mark ahead in the match. Focusing on getting those singles is way more important than hitting any fancy trips there.
And here we go again as Johnny Smith only hits 2. Tim Goodwin says, Sage, close to home. Let's go back. So one of my favorite bear huggers. Hey. Big darts from Ben as he hits a trip 16 first dart. Misses into the single 10. Kind of hanging over that trip 15. Looks like he scoots over and finds a single 15. So nice 4 mark. Throwing a 4.20. Here in this race to 2. A big first start from Johnny Smith.
And Ben's doing more than enough in his position right now. I know you can see from his reactions that he wants to throw lights out. He knows he's on stream, right? The friends are throwing up signs and everything. You want to post the good numbers and have a big show for everybody. But also in that same vein, he's doing what he needs to do to get this done, and that's all that really matters.
As there you go, a big 6 mark right there. And looking to have the upper hand in this one, as he will only have to beat Johnny Smith once. Or, no, this is a race to 2, so he has to beat him 2 games.
Yeah, exactly. So it puts him in match point advantage. Johnny will get to start on the next leg, assuming Ben does close it out here. And at that point, just about pressing his position.
Ben Baxa goes up there first 2 darts. with 2 single bowls with a 4.35 mark per round average right there. Big darts from Ben Baxa. So as Nick DeShera said, Johnny Smith will get the start.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to get things going here. And the key is that I don't think he felt comfortable in that leg at all. He's going to have to figure out how to get comfortable. And you can see the big walk back there. He wants to go ahead and make sure that he starts off right. If you start with anything less than a 5 mark, you're simply not starting with enough at this level.
Single 1, single 20. Kelly in the chat says, boom, Baxa, finish, let's go. Stephanie also drops a nice. So Ben with the start. I mean, only a single 20 from Johnny Smith. Big second dart, and he looks down at that 19 and hits.
Well, and look at what he did there, right? He threw that first dart low on that 20, hugging that wire, dead center there. It gives you such a nice angle with the way that his darts seem to fly to be able to ride that barrel in, and that's exactly what it did. It rode the barrel into the top left corner of that 20 bed. After that, you already accomplished your goal. You're at match point advantage. Press it. Go ahead and play aggressive. Go ahead and switch off that 20. You don't have to stay there.
And I'm not going to lie, Johnny Smith seems like trying to find it, but just missing barely. So 2 single 18s. I mean, 3 singles gets the job done, but misses high into the single 1.
Yeah, Johnny Smith did have to beat Matt Bella to get back into this match here. And I mean, he's had a good day, but I just know, especially for some of these players, it's just they know that they came here to get top 5. And it's not that they're trying to bring down averages or anything else. It's simply just that do or die grit mentality kind of goes away when you know you've already done what you need to do. And at this point, you're playing for marginal prize money increases.
Ben Baxa has a 2-point advantage. Looking down at the 17 as he only does need 118. He'll look up there now. Does just that. I kind of like that. I mean, looking at the 17 first, only needing 118. Has a 2-point advantage, but a big round from Johnny Smith will get him right back into this. And he just throws that one with...
Yeah, he throws it away almost.
Yeah.
Ben shot there going 17s first is, again, he is in the advantage to win right now, and so there's no real reason for him to kind of not play aggressive. Unfortunately, it didn't capitalize, and it did give an opportunity to Johnny, but Johnny didn't seem keen to take him up on it today.
And a big 9 mark from Ben Baxa as he will be an advantage to win this one.
Yeah, he's on the saddle there, as that was a big white horse in the moment, and pretty much is set up to go 2 straight here. So he'll go with if he ends up taking it out, which looks like he is. He's going to go up to Corey Jensen with only 1 loss here, so we'll have a decent position. And look at that, Corey Jensen in the chat seeing who he's going to get to play. Get a little preview here.
As Heather Fuller says, say it.
Say it. Say it. Do the roar.
Say it. Say it. Do the roar.
We are all right. All right. You know what? You want me to say it? All right. I'll say it. Oh, no. Sorry. My internet cut out.
Sean Green fired.
Sean Green's fired.
Ben Baxa only needed 1 bull right here as we put it on the counter for Johnny Smith. Johnny Smith still down. Tim Goodwin, of course, brother. Hey, you did what you needed. Fantastic darts today. Single 16. 1 bull will win it, and he will do just that. Ben Baxa moves on to go face Corey Jensen. Corey Jensen. He's coming, and he's coming quick, as Corey Jensen was just in the chat. So we will stay right here for more of this TOC finale qualifier final event.
Yeah, this is going to be the finals here. So let's talk about what that format change will be like, so that way people are not surprised here. First off, it's going to go with the format of the person with the least amount of losses, because it's a triple elimination tournament. So first off, Corey Jensen hasn't lost yet, right? So we're going to start with a best of 3 in all cricket there. If Corey Jensen does not win that first leg, it will then go to the losers bracket format because they'll both have one loss. At that point, that will switch to the Cricket 01 format that we've been seeing. And if both players get to 2 losses, we'll switch to the last leg decider format there. So you're going to see a range of formats here, but basically a lot of cricket, a little bit of 01 potentially. But Corey does have to beat Ben twice. Ben has to beat Corey 3 times in sets.
So put your seatbelts on. We might be here for a minute as we bring you more action.
Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and take a brief cutaway here for a quick second. We're just going to take a look, listen to some tunage as we get these guys set up on their board. It should be literally less than 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to the action in just one moment. Nick Teixeira, Jacob Armstrong, Will Stewart somewhere, probably. Well, bada bing, bada boom. Here we go. Time to see some booms. It is Nick Teixeira joined by Jacob Armstrong and probably Will Stewart somewhere along. As this is finals time. Super excited to be getting one of these. Corey Jensen, Ben Baxa duking it out here. Jacob, are you excited for this one?
Let's do it. We're in that weird format where you explain to everyone as Ben Baxa goes up and hits a 136 to take the diddle. So he will lead game one. Ben Baxa happened to beat Corey Jensen 3 times. So call it a triple dip.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. I mean, we saw Ben Baxa just play Johnny Smith. Johnny Smith is the person that beat Ben Baxa in the second round of the winners.
Love you, Corey.
Love you, Corey, but let's go, Benny. That's Ray Morgan giving us some love over there. As Ben says, get out of my way. I'm trying to throw darts over here. Yeah, so this should be great. I mean, it's super cool to be able to kind of follow along this plot line and see things as they develop here. As I know he's been on a great run so far. Ben Baxa pretty happy with everything, and I believe Wes White just got an opponent as well against Jerry Judnick. So I don't think that they're going to be able to play on the stream board since they're going to have to get things going on the side here. So unfortunately, we won't get both finals, but we will get full coverage. Ben Baxa, Corey Jensen.
As Corey Jensen goes up in 4 marks, Ben looking down at the 19s, kind of shaking his head at that one. Does go up to close the 20 on dart number 3. Looking for that edge as Corey Jensen is up 20. Three singles will do the job, but he misses.
Yeah, that's just one of those things you can't lose focus there, because now Ben can, if he hits even a 3 mark, is feeling great. Anything else is awesome, right? He did not expect to get this opportunity at the board here, and it's up to him to capitalize on it. Whoa, that was an aggressive switch up from Ben there. I loved where his darts laid on the 19. I thought he would have chose to stay simply just because they kind of gave him like almost a undercarriage to kind of throw on top of and kind of stack it up, but instead was able to do the quick switch and is absolutely going to get rewarded for it, as now he can just attack the 17s directly.
And he's up 18. Ben Baxa. And I like Ben's thought of play. I mean, doesn't need a lot to move on to the next number, as he goes up in 4 marks to 17, so he will get 17 points scored, bring him to 55, a 35-point advantage. So Corey looking to get a bunch of 16s.
I mean,
That's
let's be pragmatic about the whole thing, right? Corey Jensen had to sit for about an hour, maybe a little bit longer, right? He had an hour plus sit, and that's inevitable when you are doing well and getting the king seed of any tournament, right? In fact, getting the king seed and only having to wait about an hour is not too bad, all things considered. But he did have a sit, and he's obviously not coming out of the gates feeling it. And so with that being said, Ben can really punish it. He wants to keep like short, playing him super aggressive, because the more time Corey gets at the board, the more likely he gets to remember how he got to this point in the first place. As you can see, he's going to progressively get better as this match goes on.
As Ben Baxa is now chasing 61 points. Does have 2 numbers to play with. Big first start, only down 10.
The X on the 17, though, makes it so he can't play too aggressive. Now he can take a look, and that was a good slap in there for it. But yeah, with the X there, he had to make sure to get the point lead first if he wanted to be fairly comfortable. And again, that mentality of you always want to be a 9 mark ahead of your opponent, whether that be through marks or points.
And a big 5 mark to answer. 146 to 123. Guys, if you're liking this action, share it to everyone. Let them know that this is a finals. And we might be here for a while.
It could go the distance. I mean, do you have any initial projections here of what you think might happen?
I don't have any projections because I haven't seen Corey Jensen throw today. I don't know how he's doing. I mean, there is a reason why he's on the king seat, so.
Yeah,
Single
exactly.
15 and a single 15.
Exactly the case here, but I think Ben and the whole Wooden Nickel Bar has really leaned into enjoying the live stream today, and I think that has kind of given them a sense of community and cheering. Where I feel like Ben's playing for the fact of all the people right behind him and all the people tuning in, his family, and Corey obviously were the live stream as well, but has kind of been in his own little rhythm here. So you almost have to wonder if the momentum in that sense is going with Ben.
As a big trip 15, looking to find another triple, and he will for a big 6 mark. I love the switch, trying to take his number and then take full advantage of the 2 playhouses that he had.
I mean, it was a
So,
damned if you do, damned if you don't shot, right? And in that case, he did. He absolutely capitalized. If he missed that last start, it could have hurt, but instead, he put himself in prime position to take leg number 1.
as a single bull first start, single bull second. And we will put it on the counter, and Ben Baxa will walk away with a 3.78 mark per round at a win in game number 1. As I think this is still a race to 3, or
It's going to be a race to 2. So it's going to be first the 2 legs here. And then afterwards, it will then go to that loser side format as we get a Let's Go Benny there. Hunter, we don't actually have a Division 7 yet, but once we do, we can see if Jakob can compete in it.
as mine and Nick Teixeira's stats are pretty well neck and neck. So
I'd happily run it on the Lost Boys. Right now, I'm feeling way better than I was throwing in Vegas. That's for sure.
Hey, I was feeling good in Vegas, but I mean, we had one chance for one game, so and that was the highlight of the whole week for me with the comment that was set.
You cannot confirm nor deny any comments I made in Vegas, especially
100%.
especially the ones I did on the mic too. Ed Richard in chat from France. Bonjour, my friend. I'm not Sean Green, but I wanted to do the same greeting. As you can see, Corey's really starting to heat up here, and let's see how Ben handles this pressure.
As David Al says, I love Corey Jensen. Busy, let's go, Ben Baxa. I know you meant to say, but let's go, Ben Baxa. As he will get 3 single 19s to give him a little more points, but Corey Jensen does have that 4-point advantage in 2 playhouses.
Ooh,
And a
I
big
love
switch.
that switch. I love that. That is such a good. I was afraid he was going to stay in that 19, hit the extra X there, and kind of make a meaningless start happen. But instead, that switch there puts so much pressure on Ben to perform this turn.
As Ben goes up and looking up, and he'll do just that to answer with another 6 mark. So, guys, put your seatbelts on. We're going.
Oh, these guys are heating up for sure right now and really making the most of this opportunity as they know people are watching and they have a lot of pride to play for here because you want to say, hey, I won my qualifier, because people that won their qualifier are going to feel the most confident going into that finale.
A big first start from Ben. Big second. Does he stay there for a third? And he will go to the trip 17 for a big 9 mark.
Yeah, what a big switch there.
Corey still with the 18s. Looks.
Ooh, he wants to shoot it.
Ooh.
He wants to shoot those 19s.
And he does.
He shoots the double 19 to hit it right back. You can see Ray Morgan giving a shocker bra right back to him, saying, hey, that was a good shot there. This is getting some intense stuff right now as Ben now needs to find the 16s. He is going to find it. Can he get the point lead? Oh, he's going to have to stay now if he wants the point lead. Oh,
No, he switches.
What is that? What is that switch? I mean, that is actually disgusting. Corey needs to find a 6 mark now. He's not going to be able to close the 16s, only able to open. And now Ben was able to give himself a huge advantage and to make this a 1 apiece in the match play here. This would be such a huge moment here. This is in a very important turn. Needs the 4 mark.
Will miss on the first.
And the second.
Ooh. I think he has to stay there.
He absolutely does. If you go for that close, you're setting yourself up to throw 4 bulls versus 3. You don't want to give yourself an inherently disadvantageous position. But getting the single there, now Corey has that opportunity right back, and he needs to capitalize. There's no room for error right now.
Single 15 will give him the point lead. Big triple. and looks over for a big 5 mark. Does have a 55-point advantage, it looks like.
Yeah, 55 points there, meaning that we're going to need a 4 mark on the 16s before he can have that point advantage back. Ben going to be going right at those, and he's going to do that too at the point approach regardless. Oh, well off from the triple, though. I feel like he's feeling a little bit of nerves and is able to dial it in.
And there is the big 7 mark from Ben Baxa. So Corey chasing 9. Single bull first start. Single 8.
He did
And
go
he
for that double
looked
16.
for the double.
Yeah, he wanted to make it a 3-3 bull race here, especially with the nerviness of this leg. I could absolutely understand it, but now Ben, he's going right at it. He's playing so aggressive. He has to hit this, and he does hit it to go up to now 1 apiece in this finals. And this with each person has 1 loss now. It's all evened up. Now we're gonna switch to the format of Cricket 01.
Let's go, Benny, as David Owl puts up the whiteboard on the screen. And we are going again. Like I said earlier, put your seatbelts on. Don't go anywhere. We'll go right back into this.
Oh yeah, they're going right back
to
into
where
it.
Ben Baxa has to beat Corey Jensen. I mean, both of them now have to lose twice.
Yeah, I do want to give a huge shout out to Rachel Rayfield. Unfortunately, falling short in that 6th place position, and will be right at the cusp of the women's elite finale. But she did a great run on her stream, and it's really cool to watch her legs on the stream here. So congratulations on 6th place for hers. Unfortunately, losing out to Michelle Hughes. But now we're going to stay on it with these guys here. And I believe Wes White's already started his finals in the background. So this final will be the last of our coverage today once they finish this final to completion.
As whoop, this is fun. I couldn't agree more. And Isaac, let's go get it. Ben, keep it going. I mean, as you guys have seen, Ben Baxa is on a tear right now.
Yeah, whoop, shoop, day whoop. Here we go. Ben Baxa, Corey Jensen. It's reset here. Race to 2 again in this format here. The women's side's still playing out. They're currently in the 5th place match over there. So we still have all those brackets all about in the 5th place position, if I'm not mistaken. 5th and 6th place position for all those brackets right now. So they are still finishing up there, Heather. Gabe
And a big
Steffen.
121.
Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off there.
I said a big 121 from Corey Jensen. So Ben Baxa needing just 1 more point. As what you were saying, Gabe Steffen says, let's go, Benny.
Well, also, I just want to apologize to Gabe Steffen as they stole the Marry Me sign idea from you back there. So I do apologize to Gabe as your trademark has been infringed. Needs to go left side of the board here. Doesn't want to tie. There we go. Good
and
switch
that's
from Ben.
exactly what he does.
That's smart.
So here we go.
That's you can see he's giving a big come on over there. But I mean, that's the real secret. When you're playing a bunch of best of 3s or even best of 1s in the last chance bracket, you have to win your diddles. You don't get a choice. Honestly, sometimes the person that goes first, when you get into the triples format for PBD events with these remote diddles, the person that they have go first is also the person that has to diddle first. And you'll notice they'll sometimes not even have the 8 player go first if they don't feel as comfortable diddling. And in this case, I mean, Ben's been winning his diddles and going first a majority of the time. It helped him out so much. And I think that's a key reason of why he's been so successful on the losers bracket side.
As Ben Baxa takes a step back right on top of that wire and does switch down to the 19. So a big 5 mark, but Corey Jensen still having those 20s to play with. Single 20 first start.
And to give the tail
Okay, not a bad move.
Not a bad move at all at this point. Right now, these guys are kind of tied up in here, and gives been a huge advantage. To give a little bit of the tail of the tape here, Corey Jensen first round, Randy Brodden. Then after that, went on to play Jeff Wilkie, and then Robert Pratt from Star City. played Johnny Smith, and then played Matt Bella. That was his route to get here. While Ben Baxa, on the other hand, here had a first round match against Ken Judd, and then went to the losers bracket after playing Johnny Smith. Then played Brad Bornstein, Jordan Douglas, Pat Gray, Michael Morrison, Johnny Smith again, and then played Jordan Zemansky, Matt Bella, and then Johnny Smith once again to get to this final. So that's a little bit of the tail of the tape of their run that they had to get here.
As Corey goes up and hits a 4 mark on the 18s to give him 18 points. But Ben Baxa goes up, single 15, trip 18 to close, and then another single 15. I kind of like this headspace that Ben Baxa's in. You know, he's only chasing 18 points, and I think it might be getting to Corey Jensen.
It absolutely is. I mean, he's showing and exerting full confidence in the dartboard. And if I'm in Corey's position, I see someone playing as aggressive as he is and being successful at it. It makes me so self-conscious of my own game, because you're not losing by a big margin in the point line. It looks like it's a lot closer right now. Ben just posting up numbers, hitting great shots, and really, I mean, the momentum is completely in his favor. And Corey needs to figure out how to stop this leak before the boat sinks.
And a big 6 mark from Ben Baxa this last round. Ben will need 3 bullseyes to win this game 1.
It was a little bit low. He's
Just
a little bit
misses.
frustrated.
Does find it on the second. And a big double bowl for the finish. 4.60 for Ben Baxa.
I was just going to say, the cool thing about his strategy there is that he purposely went miss single bowl, double bowl, so he didn't say put it on the... I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
He might have. But Corey Jensen will get the lead. Big first start. Single 7. Looks down at the 19, but goes back up for a 60 points.
Debatably, this will be the most important leg of this final, because if Ben over here does not win this leg, right, he's going against the throw. If he doesn't win this leg, it goes to 0-1 and another diddle, and it kind of almost leaves things back up to chance as far as where the match lies. So super important moment here for Ben. He needs to win this here, get that match point advantage, because he doesn't want to risk it on a 0-1 game for the game 3.
As Heather Fuller asked, what did Hunter Sassy Smith just win? I have no idea. It might have been the Booyah qualifier.
Yeah, I believe that's what she's playing right now, but I'm not 100% certain, as I know she's not playing today in these qualifiers for the PPD.
As Ben Baxa steps up, trip 19, trip 20 to close, and a single 19 for 76. He is still down 26 points. And Corey will go up and find the 18s. Ooh, wants that third one back.
Yeah,
Caroline says Booyah Women is tomorrow. Ooh. Well, it looked like she was throwing with Jake, so I don't know what they were throwing in.
Well, he could be in the Booyah Women's. I mean, let's be honest.
There's a lot of energy in this room. Big 4 mark find for Ben Baxa. Finds him 190 to 176 after that single 18.
Moment
Corey.
here. Big moment.
And he misses into the 222. So Ben
is
only chasing 4.
222 meaning that he was going for a 17 or 15, probably the 17 there. I don't objectively agree. If you're either going to take a risky shot to close or to expand your point advantage here, I don't know if I agree with that particularly. He had to have felt blocked if he took the shot like that.
I would have to agree with you. As Ben dances back. Big darts from Corey. A big 7 mark. We'll give him 248 to 207. Ben last round did give himself the 17s. So he still does have a number. As we're seeing a 5.00 to a 4.60.
Yeah, these guys are really playing their hearts out on the board right now. Ben, this would be an important moment if you can get that first third triple. Lets him have a lot more options. Otherwise, he has to stay if he doesn't hit a trip. Yeah, he has to stay down here. The risk isn't worth it.
And that's a big find on the third to give him 68 to take the point lead, 275 to 248. Big first start from Corey Jensen. Will stay up there, missing in the 444, and then a single 1. So Ben looking to turn the tides. Only 10 points down and does look up at the 18s. So 4.33 to 4.33 with Corey Jensen on top, 302 to 292 before that. Ooh, and he missed. I don't know if he was aiming for the double, but he only needed a single 17. So Ben Baxa was still the 17s. Kind of chatting with his group back there.
Yeah, a little bit of an average difference for these guys, but not by much. Ben Baxa, best known stats for him, 4.34 and a 36.35 for his cricket and 01 averages, while on the other end here, Corey Jensen, a 4.19 and a 33.19. So honestly, pretty much a very small difference between these guys. But right now, I mean, it's momentum. That's what it comes down to. These guys have the same ability. It's momentum right now.
And here we go from Corey Jensen. A big 7 mark to turn the tides into his favor. 108 scored, 428 to 326. So Ben looking at the 16s.
He's kind of blocked. I almost would think the move to the 18 here is not bad. Yeah.
And he'll do exactly that.
Yeah, you don't have a good angle on the 16 there. Opening the 15, if you're not successful, doesn't accomplish much. A big single that you can basically guarantee makes Corey have to hit a 6 mark here, and he's going to try to, but he doesn't. So now all of a sudden he set himself up with a 9 mark to potentially come back. I mean, Jacob, let's be honest here. I don't know how much you agree or disagree with this, but you notice a lot of these players, I mean, they try to think 2 or 3 rounds in advance of, if I do this, what will cause them to do and have me come back to, right? And that's exactly a big difference maker.
Exactly, as Ben Baxa looks at the trip 15 on that third dart, as Corey Jensen will go up trip 15 and only a single 16. So, I mean, this is still in reaching distance for Ben Baxa.
Again, keeping that 9 mark distance, and that's a great first start for him. Oh, he tried to stack it, but kind of winged it a little high there. It might have been kind of catching the eye line a little bit, but that was such a good position where I thought he was going to stack it right there. But let's see Corey now.
Corey looking at the 16s, only needs 2. And he will find them, as Ben Baxa is only chasing 19 points.
Yeah, that's
so 4 to 3.
Corey has to be frustrated that it took him 3 darts to get the 2 singles there, because 1 single would have added a bull, and now Ben can really heat this up. Needs to take a shot at this 15 here or stay for that double. Goes for the 15 and finds it.
So it's a 3 to 3 race on the bulls.
Get the counter ready.
There's 1. There's 2. And there is 3 for a put it on the counter to even this out at 1-1.
Yeah, and you can see Ben a little frustrated there, knowing that there was a couple opportunities he had in that leg, but he honestly played very well. It's just Corey, as we said, is going to get better. He had a sit. He's going to get better. Now, this diddle decides so much as far as the total match play momentum here. It's more important than a lot of the other ones just because of where they're at and who loses their advantage. They're even right now. Who loses the advantage?
As this will be game 3 of this race to 2, and it will go to 501, open in, open out, full bowl.
Oh,
and he needs a big dart here, and he finds it for 76. So Ben Baxa will have the lead on game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge hit for him there. I mean, that's a big moment. Now, with him going first in 01 in particular, in this Fat Bull format, I mean, it is such a huge advantage. It's so hard to come back from that. It's all up to Ben, though.
It is. Ben Baxa will have the lead.
At the level that these guys have.
Too.
They're 33 and 36 point per darts average, right? They need to be throwing that 100 every time, because that's what that means. They're throwing about 100 points every single time. They need to do that. If you're not throwing 100 points around, you're going to have a very bad time here, and been exactly why I basically just gave Corey Jensen the start.
As Corey will find a 116 open to answer Ben Bax's 31. But Ben comes back and puts it on the counter for a hat trick to bring his score down to 320. So 320 to 385.
Yeah, it does get himself out in front a little bit here. But again, going first, it's almost like he's defending his position a little bit. These guys are kind of neck and neck. Ben right here, a hat trick will leave him that 170 finish, which is a primo finish in the Fat Bowl format. So needs to stay true, and he's not going to.
So Corey Jensen will have the chance to get himself to an out first. Ben Baxa, not too bad, sitting at 206. Big first start, big second.
Ooh.
And put it on the counter to leave himself a 122.
We'll
So
get
Ben
3 darts at it.
Ben Baxa looking to get that 206 down, possibly to 56.
Yeah, we're gonna see though, because Corey Jensen 122 is not an easy one, because that Bull double 11 just isn't a very natural feeling shot for a lot of players, I myself included. And 89 is a way better leave in that sense if you're used to playing that steel with the quick transitions on the 1916 route. So 122 is going to be a look. Probably still going to go Bull first. He was going Bull first, but now left a bogey.
And now we'll have an out. Does he look for a 13? No, he gets it down to a 50.
Yep, 13 on the last start to leave himself 50. 89 here. I take the 19 route every single time. You leave, if you hit a trip, you're down to double 16. If you hit a single, you're at 70. That's 20 for Bull. So he needs to compose. He needs to make sure he stays true. He can't go left or right on the shot, or else you're going to make it a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
Only has 10 seconds on the shot.
Oh, decided to go for Bull trip 13. Trip 13.
Ooh, how about a double?
It's a hard one. Can he hit it?
And he misses inside.
Jonathan Long saying, got the job done. Very pleased today. And congratulations to all that made it. Congratulations, Jonathan Long.
And Corey will step up first dart to take that leg 2-1. And now Corey Jensen has that momentum and only has to beat Mr. Ben Baxa once.
Yeah, so they're going to go back to that Cricket 01 format that we just saw here, because again, it follows the format of the person with the least losses. So we're going to see that again. And I have to imagine, and I'm not here to harp on Ben, because he's been playing phenomenal and absolutely would be crushing me right now on the board. And I am not saying that anyway, but I really wonder if the route he took is, something that he's going to be happy with. If you going for the 2 singles to guarantee the Bull, it seems so tantalizing knowing that's a Fat Bull soft tip format. We'll see how much it costs.
We'll go right back into it. Yeah, I say Corey Jensen does have the momentum right now. He will start on the diddle.
Yeah, of course, gonna be a lot more loosened up now, I feel. I mean, he goes in, he comes on this after sitting for a while, goes up against a very informed Ben, and now all of a sudden he finally gets his reprieve. He gets to breathe a little bit, knowing, hey, I still got this advantage of my court. Let me play like I have the advantage. And it's going to be up to Corey to make sure that pressure now stays on Ben's shoulders.
I would have to agree with you on that. I mean, this is Jacob Armstrong with Nick DeShera bringing you a finals match here in the TOC finale event qualifier, as we see Corey Jensen versus Ben Baxa.
And of course, shout out to Will Stewart. Unfortunately, he had to go get milk and cigarettes, so he'll be back later. It says probably, maybe, who knows.
And a big 7 mark as he goes the white horse route. Trip 20, trip 19, single 17.
Yeah, going for that wide open. I don't know. I like it because of the pressure it's putting on Ben right now to perform, but you don't want to give Ben an opportunity to get back into it because right now you can tell there's a nervy difference that wasn't there before.
As Ben goes up and hits 4 18s to bring his score to 18. So not a bad round for Ben. I know he wants him back, but Corey with a trip 20 first dart, looking at the second dart, sorry. Only a single 18 though.
Here's the thing, right? So Corey started with a 2019-17 shot with only a single 18 advantage for Ben. I think starting at the 17s on his next go would have been the move, simply because if you hit that 3 mark, you're only 1 point down, 3 numbers up. In this case, did not matter too much, but just press the advantage. Again, take advantage of the fact that right now Ben's in his head, just like how earlier Ben was taking advantage of the fact that Corey had a sit.
As Corey goes up and 6 marks to give him 3 playhouses. Ben happened to move over to the 16.
Yeah, very tough position to be here. He's going to have to stay there all day. Maybe do a switch to the 15 if he gets blocked. Gonna stay.
Does find a 5 mark. Brings the score to 86. Corey with an 11-point lead.
Yeah, there we go. He's just playing assertive right now. Switches to 15 the last, but he's just throwing that first tune-up dart at the 20 every single time and then going for that switch. And I'm a big fan of doing that as a player as well, of hitting that tune-up dart before you actually go take the shot you really want to take.
Only gets 3 singles. So Corey does have winning darts in hand if he wants them. And he'll close the 15 first, go for the bowl, single bowl, and a single 13 on the third. Not a bad look from Corey.
No, not at all. I mean, he's feeling just fine. And Ben right now very well is aware. Okay, my next go around here, all I have to do is win this next leg going first and then win a diddle. That's what I would be thinking if I was him. I wouldn't care about this leg anymore. This leg, well, I'm not going to just give up and throw nothing. At the same time, Corey just does it. He takes this leg here and he just needs to forget about it. The leg's over, move on. You're going to try to win going first now. Take those 20s away from him because that's what he was taking the most advantage of you.
Ben Baxa will go first. So here we go.
Want to give a huge congratulations to Wes White as he did take number 1 first place in his bracket over Jerry Judnick. So now all eyes in that bar really are on Ben.
As he has a whole squad behind him.
Yeah, absolutely does. Right now, he's just not feeling as explosive. He did do a good correction after that first start was well below where I would normally expect to see his starts to go. But if Corey can just know that, all right, he's on match point right now for the entirety of the whole thing. If he can keep his composure, it's going to be very scary for Ben.
As Corey only goes up and hits a 4 mark himself, trip 19 and a single 20. So Ben looking to point on those 20s, take advantage of those. Misses dart 2. Looks down on the 19 and only misses 1 hole from the trip 19. Does have
No, go for it. Go for it.
I was like, does have a 20-point lead, but Corey does have the 19s to play with. That's a big 4 mark and will stay there for a 7.
Yeah, they've both been kind of playing into this aggressive nature game where I felt like Ben kind of started off playing aggressive more so than we saw earlier. And now that he's like feeling the pressure a little bit, Corey is kind of throwing the same game kind of back at him here. And yeah, I feel for Ben right now. I know for a fact, and we've seen for a fact that he is so competitive in this bracket. He just really wants this dub right now. And he just needs to stop wanting it so bad and just keep throwing like how he was.
As Corey will have an advantage right now, only needing 2 20s to close Ben's only number. Misses into the single 5. Oh, triple 1.
Shots completely changed now. Decides to stay
And
there.
a single
Doesn't forget.
5.
Even Ben's like, what was that, man? He was kind of cheering for him on that one. That's kind of funny. I love that. It was
As
fun.
I'm looking over to the brackets, Scott Miller beat Bradley Bryce for that first place spot in bracket number 1. Big shout out to you, Scott, in etching your finale qualifier first place finish. And a close from Ben Baxa. Big trip 18 from Corey Jensen, triple 20. And a big 8 mark from Corey Jensen.
Yeah, right now Ben backs is against the wall. Let me tell you. I'm sorry, that was a terrible pun. That was the worst one of my day today. Yeah, is that the first start to get away from him here?
I don't know. I don't know if he thought the 19s were still open or.
I don't think he did. I think the dart slipped because it's on that right side of the bed, and he's feeling the pressure right now. He's really feeling it on his back, and right now, I mean, he needs to kind of just shake it off as best he can because seriously, he's played like a monster this whole day that we've got to watch him. He's been playing great. He just needs to tune into. He obviously has the game. They're both very competitive and average, but Corey's just really throwing the book at him right now.
And I'll shout out JC Martinez in bracket number 5 as well, taking the first place finish. Big shout out to Larry Keith as well, finishing second in this last qualifier. Ben Baxa just kind of throwing him now as Corey Jensen steps up single 16, trip 16, and a single 2. Does have a hefty point lead though.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not much Benny can do except, hold on to a last second godsend of something happening here. But at this point, Corey Jensen, he's just a few darts away from winning this match.
236 to 90. Single 15, single 15. 3 of them will do the job, and it'll do just that.
Yeah, when Ben's going to probably end up watching this back, or at least some of his friends in the back there. If there's one takeaway here, just know that you absolutely played phenomenal. And with the game that you showed today, if you play like this in your finale, you're going to have a great run. You guys are both in the elite finale. You guys did your job. Right now, they're effectively playing for $50, right? So they're only playing for $50 right now. Don't even worry about that. At the end of the day, you're still going to get that posted on social media. You're still going to get into the elite finale, and there's a good chance that we'll see you again. So congratulations.
As we put it on the counter for the last 3 darts of this finals match between Corey Jensen and Ben Baxa.
Yeah, huge win there. Corey Jensen coming alive in the moment that mattered most. And it really did come down to that shot from Ben when he had the 89 left. He went for that bull, the 19, bull to trip 13 route. And after that, he kind of just lost momentum when he got hit from behind. And he should just know he had a great day of darts for him. Ben Baxa did phenomenal, but Corey Jensen is going to be your champion for this bracket here. And that will actually conclude our coverage of this qualifier here.
As we're here, Nick, it's been a pleasure. Will Stewart, I know that you were dealing with some computer problems, but it was a pleasure.
It wasn't milk and cigarettes? I thought it was.
Well, I mean, it was a pleasure commentating with you for a little bit. But a great turnout for every TOC qualifier event. I personally have to say that I do have 2 females from Utah representing Utah down at the TOC finale. One took a first place finish and a second place finish, which I got to witness in person, the first place finish last week. But guys, it's been a pleasure for being on the mic with none other than USA Darts and partners promoting darts. Nick, what do you have to add to that?
Listen, the qualifiers are over, unfortunately, for this year. I know it's been a lot of fun watching them, and honestly, we had a lot of fun bringing them to you for the first time ever live. what's coming up next is going to be Monday. Great CSC match. Rick Hinsey, Leonard Gates. It's going to be fireworks. It's going to be amazing. There's going to be some Let's Go Spartans. There's going to be some Let's Go Juggernauts. It's going to be a show. On top of that, if you want to see some more of our content, we have our Wednesday CSC show as well. And September 16th will be our first ever time streaming the All-Star Triples, which is our monthly triples tournament that we hold here. And it's the best way to get bonus points to qualify for things like the CSC Challenger Series. And then after that, guess what? These qualifiers led to one thing. October 7th through the 11th, Kansas City, the Tournament of Champions, featuring the champions of the commentary team, Danny Baggish, and no one else.
Well, just had to throw that in there. I mean, Danny Baggish himself. So,
yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun though. And Jacob, I really appreciate you coming out and watching along with me here. And of course, Will Stewart unfortunately did actually have some technical difficulties, and we couldn't get him for the rest of the show. And of course, the other person that did a lot of these qualifiers, Sean Green, is not actually fired. He was just on a unpaid vacation from us.
unfortunately, yes. Like I said, I did have the privilege of being here week 1, filling in for Will Stewart, but now I am filling in for the one and only Sean Green. Guys, it has been a pleasure. Nick, you guys have been shouting out my page this whole time. Guys, if you have a chance, we're just a small little Lost Boys stream. What's that?
I was pointing at your logo. I was trying to point at your logo.
Oh,
No,
yeah, there you go. It's right here.
It's right over
We're just
there.
a little Lost Boys stream. We stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Come check us out. We have some fun on the Grand Board. It's just me and my best friend streaming our times. But thank you again, Nick. I couldn't thank you enough. Carly, Will, Sean, everyone in the TOC community. It's been a pleasure, and I hope to do this more in the future. So a big shout out to USA Darts and all of their productions. So
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a pleasure to have you guys, have you on, and have everyone in the chat tuning along with us as well. It's been a lot of fun. Again, don't go far, folks, because we will have more action Monday night for the CSC Challenger Series for partners promoting darts. But that will be the end of the show for us. Of course, Nick Teixeira, Will Stewart somewhere doing something, Sean Green somewhere doing something, and of course Jacob Armstrong. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone, and we will be seeing you soon.